Welcome in. It is 7 minutes past the hour. Another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're live. It happens quickly, and we're here. And we thank you for having another day with us. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. A lot happening today when it comes to the show. The registration deadline has passed as far as Fix Mama's Mouth, so everything should be in, and now we'll await the top three, and that will hit the website on Monday, and then you'll have a week to vote, and the winner will be announced on the Monday after Mother's Day, which is May the 10th, with Dr. Dudney here in studio with us. Well, let's see. Let's look at the day. We have Kevin Derryberry's golf tournament today. For those of you that are in town or coming around to be in that tournament, we always see a lot of you there. That is today. We have an update on Bubba playing in the Pro-Am and the news that hit yesterday that Pro-Am participants that were playing have to be tested for COVID if you haven't had the vaccine or it's been more than 90 days since you had the COVID-19. You got to be tested to be cleared to be around the pros. So we have an update on that. And we will reveal that on the main show today and kind of walk that out. We have another, inspirational video to play for Bubba, in his quest to get back out on the golf course and be a part of the Regions Pro-Am on Wednesday, May the 5th. If you are going to be listening or watching on that day, we will be broadcasting live. We got the NFL Draft tonight. We've got the Rick and Bubba University podcast. I don't know if y'all know this, but bare knuckle fighting is a thing, and we'll be talking to Marcel Stamp, who used to play for the Crimson Tide, and now he is a bare knuckle fighter and has quite the story. And so we'll be talking to him today. So we have a lot going on, plus your phone calls, as I said. The Good Time Gang is here. Eddie Van Adler, one Greg Burgess, one Michael Helms. I'm Speedy. Come on in. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Wow.
That's a lot.
Bare knuckle.
Yeah. Bare knuckle.
You know, Greg and I bare knuckled boxed one time.
Yeah.
It didn't turn out well for me.
Yeah.
Just for fun. We just,
Yeah.
How about, man,
I know. It's a rough day if that's what you do.
Yeah.
B&B.
You know, Greg, every time excuse me, I
You
was
okay?
kind of crazy there. Every time I hear about, different things coming into town, and if they're ever at the Boutwell Auditorium,
Yeah.
you bring up old stories about how you grew up going there.
Oh, I've been there from when I was a kid. The circus used to be there.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid.
Right.
I don't tell you how many concerts.
Right.
Bunch.
Just a ton of them.
Oh, my goodness. I saw Kiss on their last makeup tour before they took it off.
Yeah.
In 81. They didn't even have a big crowd. It's kind of depressing for them.
Well, bare knuckle fighting championship's going to be there.
Right at the old Boutwell.
It's going to be happening on Friday night if you're listening live, April the 30th. And Marcel's one of the main events there, and it will be at the Boutwell Auditorium in Birmingham. And it's just interesting because just thinking about that place and how many things that have happened there. Do you remember one of the last times that we were there and we had to be judges of a CrossFit Games?
Yeah, we had, and I was like, what if I miscount?
Yeah.
These people are really serious.
Yes.
Yeah, big CrossFit competition.
All right,
Remember,
so
it was a big event.
So
Remember you tried to compete in it?
No. I will tell you this: we were given a T-shirt, and I got one that got mixed up, and instead of event staff, it has athlete on the back. And every now and then I'll wear it, like I participated in it.
Yeah.
But Greg and I were asked to come and just hold a clipboard and help just kind of do little odds and ends at one of these CrossFit game competitions. And I'm talking about the entire floor of the Boutwell Auditorium was turned into what. You can you visualize CrossFit games. I mean, it's all kinds of different stuff. And we thought, and we told them, look, do not give us anything important. Just have us stand over here and make sure that everybody's where they need to be.
Yeah.
And before we knew it, it got down to the last few guys, and we're sitting there. I'm counting double unders.
I know, which was impossible almost.
Like it's on me, really?
Yeah. They didn't realize we were not qualified.
No, I think that was the last time I was in there.
There were some people in really good shape.
Yeah.
Real strong.
Mm-hmm. You know what I'm amazed by are the people that they don't look that big, but yet they throw weight around. It's like, how are you doing that?
I know it.
I know a lot of it's technique, but there was one guy that was at the end, like in the finals, and he didn't look, you know what I'm saying? He didn't look that type at all, and he was just throwing
you
stuff
saw him
around.
on the street, you wouldn't think that.
No. So anyway, I was just bringing the Batwell up because that's
where the bare knuckle boxing.
Yep, that's where it is.
That's where it's happening.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that bare knuckle boxing was still around.
Yeah.
You know, I know early back the gentleman Jim Corbett days. You ever seen those?
Mm-hmm.
But not now.
No. Yesterday, out here at the city center, where is now becoming the city center of 10, 15 lunches, whatever you want to do, just walk around, have lunch
I'm
somewhere.
gonna tell you, this place is happening these days.
It is,
and even in the evening, it's starting to hop around a little bit. I like to see it.
Yeah. Saw Helmsy out there again holding court with someone yesterday, and I could
he
tell
likes to be on the turf.
Hey, I could tell he was really into it because he had his hands going. I mean, he was bringing it. And I almost just walked by going, I'm not going to mess with him, but I just couldn't.
Well, I'm glad
I
you did.
Stop. I had to stop.
Well, that's important. That's an
You
important
didn't
meeting going on.
You didn't hide from Helms like you did.
Easy.
Nearly said it.
Easy. But yeah, no, it was fun. But I almost messed with you, but it looked like it was too serious of a conversation to do that. So I just tried to be good.
I always want you to say, hey, now we were in some serious discussion, and now all that was good.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this: of course, I went in the wrong restaurant. I forget. I have so many meetings and lunches. I forget who. I always pick this place for obvious reasons.
Of course.
It's convenient. But I forget what I tell people. And I try to mix it up. So, for instance, I may go, hey, let's go to Zoe's because I've been here, there. What did I tell you yesterday I was having for lunch? And I was fired up about it, too.
I can't remember.
Taco Mama.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I walk in Taco Mama. I can't find my buddy. I'm like, what in the world?
You
Told in the wrong
And
place.
so then I walk next door, and of course he's in there. And then I was a little disappointed because
you
I had
had
my
mindset.
heart set on tacos.
Mm-hmm. Let's get the protein plate.
But then I did try something new yesterday. It was really good. They had a spicy grilled chicken sandwich.
Okay.
And it was really good.
All right. I like that. You just have to start telling people, meet me in the middle.
I know.
And then we'll
Hey,
just look
you
around
wanna
and
say-
decide.
Meet me at the turf.
Yeah.
There it is.
Meet
That's
me. That's it.
Meet me at the turf.
I'll be the one falling,
Oh.
like kind of in the zip up, kind of half asleep.
But when you eat at these places where you can either eat inside or outside, and you have the choice, you don't tell a waitress or anything. He kind of took control and went outside, and I was like, I don't know if I want to be out here today. I mean, I may be a little warm in this pullover. And I never got hot, but I'm telling you, it's on the verge of that.
Do you know that I have a friend that will not eat outside? It bothers him. He said,
What
I
is
can
it?
see
What
that.
is it that bothers
I
you?
can see that.
He said,
Yeah, I do too.
I mean, you got
Doesn't feel right to me.
no, and everything you
We're
got.
having a picnic.
Yeah, he doesn't care for it at all.
don't
He's like,
either.
no, I want to eat inside. I
Especially-
didn't come out here to like squint at you, and
I agree.
you got the elements, pollen's falling. I don't want that. Let's get in the air conditioner, sit down, and eat.
Yeah,
I agree.
I was saying that's kind of what I was feeling.
So the last time we ate, where do you think I was waiting on? Outside.
Somewhere outside.
Hey, buddy, got a table out
Got us
here.
right in the center.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour. Kickoff hour is live with the Good Time Gang. Thank you and welcome in. Guys, I had no idea that there was a day dedicated to this, but today is Happy Zipper Day.
Hey, what?
Hey.
What's an unhappy zipper?
It's National Zipper Day. Did you know
I got 2 of them going today.
Oh,
this
zip,
day-
zip, neck zip.
today is the day the design for the zipper was patented in 1913?
How about that?
Took the place of the button fly.
Yeah.
Pretty good invention.
Yep. What about that? What
I like
about
it better than the button fly.
I do too.
Remember when the button flies were all the rage?
Yes.
Levi's come out with the button fly.
Did you know that for years when it was introduced and patented, it didn't catch on? People were like, I don't know.
They're scared of it.
Yeah, because they were like used to the
Injuries.
button fly and stuff. But think about that. The zipper
Yeah,
has
look
really
at
come. I mean, that's.
Still, hey, I tell you what, it stayed.
Are you looking down to make sure you're good?
I make
Okay.
sure I zipped it. But you know what I'm talking about? This is an invention that
Yeah.
is pretty much to its original form. You know, not a whole lot of upgrades.
Right.
I mean, it's right out of the gate they had it.
I know.
Now,
Really
some of
hadn't
them on jackets.
really hadn't improved on it that
Some
much.
of them on jackets give you trouble.
Well, a lot of
Oh.
that's the quality of the jacket.
it is.
It is. Yeah. You know you know what I have the.
Well, you know, fashion house.
Right. You know what I have? I have the biggest. When it comes to zippers, I'm
What'd
okay.
you say?
I'm okay, but I have the biggest problem with hunting jackets. You know, they get all thick, and if it's
they
cold, you're
won't
trying to zip it up, and then
Or sweat jackets, you zip it up and then it opens up
Yes.
behind the zipper.
boo.
That sucks.
Or one side, like y'all, if you're like y'all saying, you pull up one side and one side starts coming up.
Oh yeah. Have you ever had those pants? And it's rare. Most pants zippers work pretty good. The ones that slowly inches its way down on its own.
Yes.
Yeah, that's you got. I mean,
I
you
walked
constantly have
around.
to check it.
It was Wednesday or Thursday of last week, and I walked around this studio probably for a good 2 or 3 hours with my zipper down.
Really?
Yeah. And,
Yeah.
I've done
and
it
evidently y'all didn't see it because I know y'all would have said something.
Actually, we
Yeah.
did. We just let it go.
Well, you know me, I would have said something.
But I
And
finally
so
noticed
obviously didn't
it.
see
I finally
this one
noticed
here
it.
let you go.
Yeah, well,
When I finally noticed it, I thought, so you've had this like this for a while now.
Mhm.
It's been a couple hours.
Yeah.
So thank y'all.
what can you do?
National Zipper Day. Had no idea we had a day for that. But
I know.
we'll have a day, won't we?
We will. Happy zipper.
No, just in honor, I wore 2.
I just had no idea it was patented in 1913, and it didn't catch on at first. There it is.
1913.
1930. You're gonna get it caught in your neck, and your neck's gonna get all up in
Hurt.
there, and it's gonna pinch it.
Who invented the zipper?
Huh? Let me see here. Wow, yes.
Mike Zippy.
Zip, zip, zip it.
Gerald
Happy
Zipper.
Day. Now here we go. It was let's see, National Zipper Day, April 29th, 1913, when the patent for the modern zipper was issued. It's we celebrate a first attempt at creating the zipper came from an inventor of the sewing machine in 1851, and it just Whitcomb, I guess, began selling the clasp locker. Boy, I'm
Never mind.
gambling.
It's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
I mean, I'm
let
just
it go.
pulling it up.
I didn't mean to run off a cliff.
See,
Okay, we've
see, 1923, B.F. Goodrich popularized the word zipper as it applied to the use in the boots and pouches it made.
In other words, you don't know. Okay.
Mhm. Yeah.
What
We got a lot of names in here, and it looks like to me there's a lot of people that are involved with the zipper.
Yeah.
What other things can you think about that changed the way? Like for instance, okay, we talked about the zipper, we talked about buttons, but I'm gonna tell you, shoestrings were a pretty big deal, and for something to be
That's true.
so minor in as far as creativity,
Mm-hmm.
that's a game changer, and we're starting to get away from it a little bit with some of these shoes. I saw a gentleman the other night playing tennis, and he had no shoestrings, and the shoes were built to kind of, once you get them on, they kind of clasp, into the foot, so you don't have to worry about shoestrings. But the shoestring has been a pretty good deal for a very long time.
Right.
And somebody
They've
at
hung
some
in there
point
too.
said, "I tell you what, we ought to do. We ought to grab some string and run it, in and out on each side, and then tie it at the top, and we'll have us a secure shoe or a secure boot."
And it's worked.
And it's worked for many, many, many years.
Even though they came out with Velcro, I still like the
I know.
string better.
Right.
It was actually invented by Elias Howe.
Okay.
Well, he's the first to earn the patent on it. I don't know if he
Yeah,
actually
it
invented
looks like the automatic continuous closure is in 1851, but he said he never took advantage of what he had created.
You also got Whitcomb Judson and Gideon Sunbuck.
So you can see what I'm talking
A lot
about.
of people.
Y'all
Hey,
ever,
buddy.
Hey, buddies. Y'all ever notice that on your zipper it says YKK on there?
No.
Look at your zipper right now.
What's that?
I think you're trying to
No,
get
no,
us
no,
to
no.
look
I'm,
at our
I'm telling you,
hold on.
YKK
on the little thing.
on the
on the actual zipper itself.
Yeah, it does.
You got unzipped.
Greg's yours says YKK. Okay. Does yours on your shirt helm say YKK?
can't see it.
Mine says YKK.
See,
mine's got
Speedy's
some
yours
numbers.
says
What's that stand
YKK.
for?
That is for Yoshida Kyogo, some company.
Mine's got
that-
some numbers on
that
it.
makes about half the zippers on planet Earth.
Really?
One company, YKK.
Wouldn't you love to have that gig?
They've got a factory out of Macon, Georgia that makes 5 million zippers a day.
Stop it.
Where'd you
And
get all
A
this?
day?
So if most of the zippers you're going to see are going to say YKK on them.
And what's it for?
Yoshida Kyogo Kayakanmagasaki.
Wow.
That
Okay.
last one I messed
It's a
up.
great attempt, though.
But I thought that was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
Whoa,
yeah.
it does say YKK.
It does.
We're all walking around with YKK on us. Didn't even know it.
right.
Dang.
Everybody's trying to look now.
Kyogo,
Some of you that are driving, don't do that.
hey, it's
Don't
hard to look at
and
your
drive.
zipper.
Yeah.
It is.
It kind of is.
Yeah, you got to have
YKK.
Yeah.
I never even thought about it.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, I never would have seen it if I hadn't had my glasses on. Just really.
Oh, the zipper.
Yeah,
yeah.
he's
yeah,
still
it's just
talking about
really-
the zipper.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. YKK. How about
Yeah,
that?
buddy, we good. You saw it. Okay.
Greg, just for a minute, you look like you're standing at the urinal.
Yeah. I was looking at checking YKK. I tell you, well,
What?
people that go commando got to watch the zipper.
Yes.
That can
Yeah.
be, that's like a lethal
Don't
weapon.
understand that. I've got a buddy that does that, and I don't understand it.
No, I don't either.
Just don't.
I don't know.
He was open about it, too. He's like, yeah, I don't wear underwear. I'm like, really?
Well, I'm out.
And wear jeans every day.
I don't see how that. I
I just don't get it. I don't get it. I sweat too
Try
much,
it
number
tomorrow.
one.
Try
That's
it
like
tomorrow.
people that walk,
Try
run
it
around. They
tomorrow.
don't wear socks.
Don't get
You
that
know?
either.
I don't get those people either.
I try that. My feet just get skank.
Okay.
But
I don't know what-
so I just get
all
them
right.
a little bitty tiny socks.
Is this where you thought we were in the
Footies.
Yeah.
I go to footies
Yeah.
in a minute.
Oh,
That's
a
all I
second.
wear.
A
Yeah.
second. Now,
Black ones.
Who wants to pull up socks to mid
Got them on this morning. No.
I'd like
You
to see
know?
the tube sock make a comeback.
Mm-hmm.
When we was kids, you'd have your socks up above your
Hey,
calves.
big old.
Above your calf with matching stripes.
Yes, of course.
What-
I
we
mean,
thought
what
that
is
looked
wrong
good.
with us? I mean, pulled them up high too,
Oh,
just below
yeah.
the knee
Yes, sir.
on a hot day.
Oh, yeah. Look, that's when you're kind of dressing up. Put shoes on.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come on back. See what y'all have learned by
Yeah.
listening and watching this show. You had no idea you would be educated on the zipper today,
Nope.
but you
National
are.
Zipper Day.
Now you know.
Elias Howell.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes till top of the hour. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. We thank you so much for being with us. Helmsy, couple of things, and we're not going to be sports talk, but just want to throw out at y'all. And then Greg, and the reason I said Helmsy first is because it has to do with baseball, Greg. So don't think I'm leaving you out.
YKK.
So last night, first of all, Bryce Harper gets hit with about a 97 mile per hour fastball. And I don't care if you like baseball or not. It was a scary moment. It was like it hit him right on the tip of the helmet. And he's okay. Luckily, just barely missed his face, barely. And then the Braves are hosting the Cubs, and we're beating the Cubs 10-0.
When they scored the 10th run, I stopped watching it.
Right. And Rizzo, who is the
timing on this is unbelievable with ESPN right now.
Well, it is. He plays first for the Cubs, and he is. He's really a funny guy because whenever he's mic'd up, he'll like be cutting up in the dugout.
He's lighthearted
like
out
that.
there.
He's very lighthearted. Yeah. Well, anyway, the game was out of reach, and he came in and actually threw in the 7th inning against the Braves 10-0 and faces Freeman. And strikes Freeman out.
You talking
on
about last year's MVP?
Yeah, on a 61-mile-an-hour curveball.
That's hilarious.
And he and Rizzo get to laughing at each other, and it was just a lighthearted moment where you could tell, even at the highest level, here's guys just having fun.
Even at the highest level, when you're getting beat 10-0,
yeah,
still had a good moment.
Yeah. I mean, just grinning, laughing, cutting up, and then in the post game, they're both asked about it, and they're cutting up about it. But it was just good to see,
It was.
In today's sports, just a lighthearted moment there. Thought I'd bring that up. And the Braves pitcher went yickety-yak last night.
It was an interesting timing on that, too.
Yeah.
Glavine had just done a piece on him, and they'd even showed highlights from talking about how much of an athlete he is, and all of a sudden he goes yickety-yak with a home run. It was cool. I watched probably. I guess I've turned it off when it was 7 or 8-0, and then came back for a minute, and then 10-0. I turned it off for good. But I'm gonna tell you something. This is a fun team to watch, and rarely do I. Okay, Helms, calm down.
Yeah, really.
Okay, calm down.
I'm about to say good night.
But there are rare people that bring me to the TV to watch. I used to do this with Barry Bonds, okay? And I'm not comparing this guy to Barry Bonds by any means. At this point, it's too early to say things like that, okay? But if Barry Bonds was at the plate, I would watch. And then I'd count, okay, he's probably got another 45 minutes before he bats again, and I'm going to come back and watch him again. Yeah. I mean, it was appointment TV for me to watch that man hit. And there have been others, okay? Right. I'm starting to get that same feeling with Acuna.
Yeah.
I mean, the kid is so much fun to watch. And I'm not talking about just because of the home runs. I'm just talking about the way he plays in general.
Right.
The way he ran and scored from first last night off just a really a ball he shouldn't have scored on.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. He's just, when he is on the field, something as exciting is about to happen. And it's appointment TV for me.
Yeah, it's good stuff. How about they announced May the 7th, the Braves will be the stadium will be 100% stadium capacity starting May the 7th.
Oh, really?
Wow.
So they've increased.
That's next week, isn't it?
Yeah. It's next. What, next Friday night?
Okay.
You going?
Chop.
Now I turn to you. Would you just come out of getting everybody parked good? Y'all good and settled? Get everybody in the right parking spot?
He's talking about your shirt.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I just want to make sure. Well, you do the same to us. I'm trying to make you. I'm trying to make you proud of us. Like yeah, way to
I was
go.
just glad you're on time today.
Right?
Hey, really?
Yeah.
Deadbeat.
You like my text last night?
That was funny.
Will you give the NFL draft anything tonight?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know how far I'll go in the first round, but I'm interested in the top 10 picks.
Okay.
This year, normally we know Trevor Lawrence. That's a given, but after that, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That third pick, I'm really interested to see how that turns out.
Right.
Now, is the draft in Cleveland?
I think, it is. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Because it could go. Because normally they've got the top 10, and they don't much vary off that. Right. But I think it could get interesting.
So the BYU quarterback, is it Zach? What's his
Something
name?
like that.
Something. Anyway, he's projected to go to the Jets?
Yeah, a lot of people say he's number 2, but we'll see. You know what? And
then I guess the wild card is the 49ers. Correct.
Yeah,
Who
they're
would they
saying
go with?
It's either Mac Jones or could be the kid from North Dakota State.
Mm-hmm. What about Fields?
Fields, I think, yeah, maybe. That whole group, there, like I seen an article a few minutes ago, said if they don't pick Jones, well, he, like the year Rodgers didn't get picked, it was between him and Smith, and they went with Smith, and he just dropped. It's just because there weren't that many picks after that needed him until, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it could be interesting, I think. I may watch it. I say I watch it. I may forget.
Yeah.
I'll try to.
I would like to
dig
see
into
the
it a
first
little
few
bit.
picks.
Yeah, I would too.
I like watching, especially, and they're going to have some. They're going to be there this year. I think
Starts at 7.
I think so.
Yeah, but I believe so.
I should be home and settled in by then. I think.
I hope there's enough people to boo Goodell every time he walks out.
Do you know?
I mean, not that I'm anti-Goodell. I just think it's funny when they boo him.
Do you remember one of the most memorable? And here I go. I think it's Mel Kiper, and was talking about the Colts pick. Here I guys. I'm sorry. There's little sparks of memory, and they went to an interview, and I guess it was the Colts owner, and he starts dogging Mel Kiper that he's never worn a jock and he don't know what he's talking about. He's never played. He just starts ripping him to shreds. And Mel Kiper, look, he's sitting back there in the studio at the desk, just sitting there going, "Wow." So I'm just going to have to listen to this.
Yeah,
there's little moments.
And then the time when Laramie Tunsil from Ole Miss was sitting there, and everybody was like excited. Hugh Freeze is with him. All of a sudden, right at about the time they go on air, they released those texts about him paying his bills. Oh, timing's good. I mean, because remember they said, "Oh, this may affect his status," and I think he did drop a few spots. But
that'll do it, Greg.
Of course, little we know, a few months later, Hugh Freeze would have a whole nother controversy.
Sure.
But those are, and that again, like I said, the Rodgers sitting there not getting picked. What was the kid from Notre Dame?
Brady Quinn,
who was a flop. But him sitting there, the ones that are there that they think are going to go high and they don't.
That's why I wouldn't. If I was in this situation, like I don't think Trevor Lawrence is going to be there.
He's not, but I think he would be okay to be there.
He is okay. Okay, but like if I'm Mac Jones, no way I'm there.
No
way there. And I don't know what he's doing, by the way.
I
don't study it enough, but there's no way he could go 3 and he could go 33. Mm-hmm. You just don't know.
And how about this? And I saw they said one team has him high on their chart, but what about Trask from Florida? He looks like an NFL quarterback, and a lot of people, but they say the Steelers like him, but because he's kind of the same body as Big Ben.
Yeah.
But he really stat wise, I think his stats were as good or better than anybody's. So I don't know.
I was sitting here while y'all were talking, and let's listen to this. Oh wait, Mag Gummit. I'm just flying by the seat of my pants.
Did you say Mag Gummit?
Yeah, kind of.
What was that?
I don't know what that was.
I tell you, early morning that narrow, he'll give you a word you've never heard.
I got you something I can give you real quick.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper in a way?
There it is.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
Listen, first of all,
that is the Colts general manager. And
what year was that?
Let's see, that was 27 years ago.
What's his name? Because I think
Bill Tobin.
Yeah.
Okay.
Guys, I can't disagree. You got to give Kiper credit. He's turned a career into this. And if you go back and go, before we get started, let's look back. When did you become the expert on who the NFL should draft? That's a great point.
Yeah, but what I love is that when he's
he's a postman.
When he's dogging him, Mel Kiper's sitting there, and they show him, and he's just sitting there listening to it because they've pitched it out. Well, let's go to the Colts general manager and see what he's got to say.
I mean, he's
I got something for you.
Hyper in a way.
He's a self-proclaimed expert, and it's stuck.
Yeah.
He has made a career out of it. I watch him and think, well, Mel must know.
Todd McShay's the same way.
Yeah, you think, well, if he says it, he must be right.
The answers to who you should criticize everybody, whoever they take.
What?
He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
He got on a roll and just couldn't stop,
You know what that was? A lot of frustration coming out.
Now, what I would like to know, I know we don't have time to research it. Who did they pick and did he flop?
Yep. Yeah.
Because Kuiper obviously didn't like who they picked.
Kuiper may have been
that.
right.
He may have.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it is funny. You wonder, how did he become the guru? But, I mean, he's been doing it for years.
He saw a niche and just started digging
did.
into it.
Pretty
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Pretty smart.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. So the
Made a good
draft
living out
is
of it.
tonight for those of you that give a rip, and we'll see what happens. We'll know tomorrow for sure. And it's hard for me to watch because of what y'all just talked about the player that was given really bad information and they keep sitting there and their names aren't called.
Yeah.
That's tough for me to watch. But I'll try to see if I can give it a little bit. If anything, get the notifications of who was picked.
There you go.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back.
Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes till top of the hour. Welcome in. It is the kickoff hour, and it is the Rick and Bubba Show. And this portion of the show, boys, you ready? You ready?
Yeah, what?
I like it, like it, like it.
Here it comes.
It is brought to you by Cook's Pest Control.
Oh, yeah.
It is time, folks, to make sure that you are taken care of at your home. And Cook's Pest Control and Centricon, the unbeatable combination for termite protection, can help you do that. They will take care of all the pests. And I'm not talking about Greg. He might come over. But I'm talking about those like that really drive you crazy. Ants, spiders, fleas, ticks, rodents, termites, nesting wasps, roaches. Who likes those?
Nobody.
So check them out right now at cookspest.com and schedule a free thorough inspection and evaluation for your home or business. There is no obligation either. They even offer services for contractors and new home construction. So check them out right now at cookspest.com for a free thorough evaluation and let them inspect your home. Make sure that they can do for you what they do for us. So get Cook's Pest Control and let them take care of you, the unbeatable combination, Cook's Pest Control.
You know what I like is when they call and they tell you when they're coming.
Yeah, I like that.
Then when they're done, even if you're not home, they'll send you a little, got it done.
Little email. Hey, look, here's what we did.
Yes.
Here's what's going on.
I like that heads up because if one of us is home, we can put Buddy up because Buddy gets on their nerves.
Yeah.
He's not going to hurt them, but he acts like it.
So you know
Spray
about this time of year, all of a sudden bees will just appear, and you're like,
you're like drill holes. That's the ones.
That's carpenter bees.
I'm telling you,
Hey,
my mom and them were battling them. I had to spray some stuff up there at them the other day.
They're hard to get rid of.
I thought I saw a carpenter.
Now, because we brought this up, you're going to get a lot of emails on how to do it.
Oh boy!
So
Get ready for that.
I actually had to call Ed, my tech, and I called him, and they'll do this too. If you call them in between inspections or their treatments, they'll still come out if they like you have an unexpected problem.
Yeah, that's true.
Got an unexpected guest.
And I thought I saw
Something's happening.
I thought I saw two carpenter bees that kept hovering around the house, big old things.
Oh, they're
you know.
huge.
But do you know there's a bee that looks like the carpenter bee, but it's not a carpenter bee. Yeah. But when it's flying, it kind of looks that way.
That's a good news bee.
Yeah, it's got some name for it. I don't know. It's got like a little stripe on it, but it's not a carpenter bee.
Boy, that pile.
I try not to get too close enough to them to know which one's got a stripe and which one doesn't.
But you ready for this? And this is a straight up true story. I called him and I said, hey, here's the deal. Just whenever you can. He goes, man, I'm in a break. I'm 20 minutes away. I'll be there. And he was there. He was there and inspected everything. So I don't see anything. And then he said, but you look fine. I just looked everywhere. I don't see where there's burrowing in or something. Yeah. You know, they'll even get to a wooden fence.
Oh, yeah.
They'll you know.
Tell you what, don't stick your finger in the hole. They'll sting you.
Yeah, you don't want that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry we're talking about bees here. Helmsy, I know how you're.
Yeah,
I
kind of had to look at the mock drafts just to kind of get my mind off of it.
Yeah.
I don't mind the big carpenter bees.
I don't either.
They're not that aggressive. It's the wasps I don't like.
Yeah.
No.
I don't like what the carpenter bees do. I'm not scared of
they tear
them.
stuff up.
Yeah, but you don't want them all up in your house. So did y'all see? I don't watch Wheel of Fortune, but did you see the contestant?
No,
contestant
I'm like you. I can't.
Had a historic prize win. Won a house.
Won a house.
And also took almost $24,000 in prize money too.
So they'll obviously, like I asked earlier. So, where'd you say they were located? They're not going to build you a house. You have to buy a house.
That's a hassle.
Yeah, she lives in California, and she won a new home valued at $375,000.
Where's the home?
The home is she can pick between Florida and South Carolina.
Hey, that's convenient. I live in California.
Yeah, she'll be selling.
Well,
that.
yeah, I mean, but hey, she won a new house, so how about that? That's I mean,
we don't have to crap all over.
Yeah, yeah. To your point, I mean,
really, it's going to be a burden more.
She's
than
a teacher too, I believe, so she might just go. You know what? I want to relocate and get out of
California.
Let
me ask you this.
Well,
I don't know, or she might.
She wishes it was closer.
Yeah.
All right, so let me ask you this. So you said value of $375,000. Would you take $200,000 just to not have to mess with it?
Yes.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Is that after taxes?
Yeah, it's hand in money in hand.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You'll give up $175 not to mess with the hassle of that.
If I have no plans at all,
I
to
bet
deal
they
with
offered
it.
her a buyout like that.
They probably will.
Mm-hmm.
I'd do it. Yeah,
good little problem to have.
It is.
You know?
Yeah, I'd like to have to be making that decision today.
Yeah, I'm sure when she was on the show, she wasn't thinking about, I might get a new home.
She was all excited.
But now I've got it. And
What, South Carolina and where?
Florida.
Oh, man, I'm going to Florida in a minute.
Sure.
Nothing against South Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely state. Like to go
Right.
there, too.
Uh-huh.
Now
I
that I'm
like the
thinking about it,
Carolinas.
there's some coastal areas over there that
that's
I
true.
really like.
Mm-hmm.
Getting the Outer Banks.
Greg, you will love this. You'll be so proud. Say Jack said, "This is just nuts." He said,
What?
"We haven't done anything like this before. This is a historical win.
That
375,000. It's not like it's not some cheap, home, garden
depends on
home or
where it's
something. It's a
located.
$375,000 home.
No, but again, though, it depends on where
Yeah.
it's located.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll give you that, but still, that's a nice house.
Well, yeah, for spinning a wheel.
I
you're
mean, I
dang
know it's
right,
not
a real nice house.
your standards. It's not that nice,
Oh,
but
okay,
I mean, they don't have
It's it's above my.
they don't have like 60 acres that come
It's
with
way
it.
above my.
Right. But
Mm-hmm.
we might take it.
To there.
You think?
Well, yeah.
Also,
If I spin that wheel and lands on it, I'm going. Yep, that's mine.
Also, do these people bother you, even though they're really, really smart? Changing subjects. Did you say a 12-year-old is graduating from high school and college at
I've
the
done
same
told
time?
you how I feel. You better watch him.
Young Sheldon.
You
It's a
better
real
watch-
young Sheldon.
You better keep an eye on that kid.
The 12-year-old is
Kids ain't supposed to be that advanced. There's something off. He's like an alien or he's psycho.
he's valedictorian of his
Got
high
him being a
school.
psycho.
Yeah,
Uh
a lot of
huh.
them are. Not all of them. A lot of them are.
So he's 12 years old, lives in North Carolina. His name is Mike Wimmer, and he's about to graduate
Wimmer.
from high school and college in the same week. He's 12 years old.
Then what's he gonna do?
He says he's
What's he gonna do after that? He's 12. He can't go work anywhere.
he'll get his associate's degree from a community college on May 28th, and he's graduating from high school on May 21st.
So he'll start his doctorate and stuff like that.
He's planning to go into robotics.
There you go. This is young Sheldon.
And
12 years old. Think of if you have a 12year-old. Think of
let's check on
or
him.
think of when your
Check on him.
child
Write
was
it down.
12.
Write it down. We'll check on him in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
You better look out.
Really?
Mine are going to be able to get out. They're going to be lucky to get out when they're supposed to get out.
I know is what I was gonna say.
Yeah, imagine he's 12. I'm like, 12? You what? We got to go to your graduation? Good night. Man,
At 12.
12.
I
Valedictorian.
hadn't heard an interview from him, but I don't know if he's even hit puberty.
Probably not.
Yeah, he might
I
be
bet
he
ain't.
might be a late bloomer, and
Probably
he's
not even
graduating from
thinking
high
yet.
school and college.
Wow. All right, buddy.
Well, I brought that up because I know that bothers you when you see.
It doesn't bother me. It's just
Headlines
a
like that.
flag. You better watch him. That's all I'm saying.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. The main show starts with Rick and Bubba. Busy show on tap as we went over that this hour. You don't want to go anywhere.
His parents better sleep with a locked door, darling.
Greg, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
6 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. This hour starts with the national anthem. Minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba. 27 years we've been at this, and the train rolls on. Another day in Rick and Bubba history. And you can be part of it at this number, 866 We Be Big. As we roll through another day, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, they've already clocked in and given you a kickoff hour along the Rick and Bubba radio network, our podcast archives, our TuneIn app, our YouTube channel, or on your preferred time. Or go back and grab things you might have missed. You're living in a time that the only way you cannot hear or see every second of this program is if you choose not to. Or you just ain't got time for all that. All right, so we'll unpack. We got a lot of updates today. We've got to figure out the speaking tour saga from yesterday. We have an update. The ongoing plight to get Bubba through a, at the end sort of pandemic, but not pandemic pro-am. We'll discuss that today and get some updates. Another motivational video, another cameo video. We had William Hung motivate Bubba to get him ready through this pro-am. We have another one today. You, the audience, let me tell you something. Y'all are a blast. You're an absolute blast. Thank you for all you do. So we've got a lot to do, and we'll unpack that and then work through the stories of the day. An interesting podcast today we're going to record. We'll talk about that a little bit. I didn't even know that this sport was alive and well in modern times, and it ties into something that we mention here on our program a lot about survival. Only the strong survive. And we'll talk about that in the podcast today, and there's an opportunity for you to see it. Friday night, I'm sure they do this in different places, but Birmingham, Alabama has one of their bouts coming up Friday night, tomorrow night. So we'll talk about that too. Across the way, we got to get him in here, though. The pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey!
Hey, how about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, and associates everywhere. Welcome to another edition of the party we call Rick and Bubba.
Ever seen the documentary, The Making of That Album?
Yeah, it's really good.
Man, it is.
What's the name of it? I don't think I've seen that.
Go
was
look.
it
It's
called?
Off the Wall's the name of the
That's
album.
Off the Wall, yeah. That's
So-
before
It
Thriller.
was when he recorded his first solo.
So, no, we're wrong on that, by the way. This is still when they were the Jacksons. But they, for some reason,
but he did Off the Wall while he was still with.
That's right. It's the making of. But for some reason, they do a segment
They keep
on this
showing them.
on this song.
What's the name of it?
Oh, I know what you're saying. That is a Jackson song. And it shows on the video. I mean, on the documentary, it shows a lot of live footage of the Jacksons.
It
in
does.
concert. It's really good.
I think it's called The Making of Off the Wall, maybe.
I thought it was, but you're right. They did
Because the main.
Does it show the concert footage of them at what's now the Staples Center? I don't know what it was called
I think
then.
so.
But they had the full crew up there. It was
really good.
Yeah, it was a happening event.
But I just
super
remember
talented.
them sitting around talking about the guy who came up with that riff and
The musicians who
and
played
yeah,
it.
they played it on. I don't know how. I don't know. Because I'm more in the entertainment genre than being some brilliant musician. I don't have that kind of talent. I can piddle around and have some understanding of music, but I've wondered because for some reason I was dialing around the other night and I saw modern day Chicago in concert. Modern day. Where they've got a couple of sound alikes, but then at the heart of it, there's still some of the original members.
The horn guys.
The horn guys and that one singer is still there, and
on the keyboard.
Yeah, but he's playing one of those where they.
Oh, yeah.
How do people play keyboards
like
you're holding,
like
you're holding a guitar?
I know,
How do you make that work?
Well,
It doesn't look comfortable.
You had to have one of those. They look a little heavy.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they're kind of awkward.
But you had to have one of those if you were a funk band. You had to.
yeah.
But watching that guy play that riff on Saturday in the Park on one, I kind of want him sitting down.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen him before when he is sitting.
Saturday in the Park.
See, that
doesn't-
and I'm like, I don't know about that.
That really doesn't fit with Chicago.
No, it doesn't. You gotta have a
Now,
funk.
if you're playing,
Now, if you're a funk band, all you gotta
yeah.
do is
yeah.
Then you gotta,
And you know how we love any. Have you seen the Chicago documentary?
Yes,
think
I
it was
have.
on Netflix. That was
that's a
really good.
dandy.
It was. It goes back to that thing. I kind of like Chicago. I
been
like
around
more
a
of their
long
stuff than I
time.
thought, but when I got hung, it was a really good documentary.
Weren't the original the transit station, Chicago Transit Station or something?
Transit Authority.
Transit Authority, something like that. Yeah, I think it was station, Rick. But anyway, so
It was something like that. Though.
it was, and they really came out to be more of a brass. Here we go.
Yeah.
Kind
And
of
then
thing.
turned poppy.
But why?
And
And
made
why?
to
And
kill
why?
him.
And
In the
why?
'80s when they came back, they were Pop City, but they had that formula down pat.
But why does every band think when some guy starts singing ballads, it sings millions of copies, the band's over?
I know. Beatles and Terror.
I mean,
There he goes. again.
Weren't we all here to sell records? I mean, and pack out places. So
What's wrong with that?
all right, 15 minutes past. Like I say, a lot of updates today. We really just got to figure out the order we want to do it all in because we got it. And I'll tell you about this podcast we're going to record today when we come back. I did not know this existed. I had no idea. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so we will be recording another podcast today that'll be out this weekend. We will be, is it Marcel Stamps? Is that how you say his name?
Yeah, Marcel Stamps.
Marcel Stamps is...
You almost said Ledbetter, didn't you?
I did. Marcel Stamps. Now, I remember the time that we were, it was in Pleasant Valley or out where you're from, Bubba, somewhere out there.
It's out Pleasant Valley where Greg lives.
White Horse Boxing.
Yeah, it would say White Horse Boxing, where only the strong survive.
Only the strong survive.
Only the strong
It's not
survive.
far from
It's
my
White
house.
Horse Boxing, home of bare knuckle boxing, where only the strong
yeah,
survive.
something
Y'all,
like
you
that.
get the byline right. now.
Yeah, I think that's right. But anyway, we adopted that as one of our phrases.
It was spray painted on an old house.
Oh, yeah, well, a board or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Marcel Stamps played for Road Tide back in the day. But that's certainly interesting, but that's not the focus of the podcast. The focus of the podcast, did all of you out there know that bare knuckle boxing is a sport?
It's a thing.
I mean, they fight bare knuckle like you would just fight out in the parking lot.
Well, it's kind of like
brawl.
any which way but loose, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you
exactly.
just circle up and have a fight.
Except they wear boxing shorts, but you're right. Besides that,
Yeah.
Then everybody shakes hands.
So
and
no
goes
gloves.
And
Go-
Philo
look,
Beto was tough to beat.
look, it is bare knuckle boxing, and he is in this. He's boxing.
Why do they think we need that? That's I mean, I
Well,
like it.
gloves take a lot away from the competition, Greg.
Man, that's
Yeah.
impressive.
Well, he's on the card for bare knuckle boxing. It's the Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship. It's going to be in Birmingham, Alabama tomorrow night,
wow.
6 p.m. 10 fights.
10
of
bare
boxing.
knuckles.
And one of them will be Marcel Stamps versus Mike
is it, tomorrow?
Richmond. Tomorrow night, Greg. This has got you written all over.
I
it.
would love it.
It's also probably a good time to point out that Marcel is now going to head up our new security detail. here
Yeah, I
at
think that's
Burgess.
that's good.
yeah.
Right.
Pleasant Teleport.
Yeah, we just put him outside. You've heard of Terry Tate, office linebacker. We have Marcel Stamps, Rick and Bubba's security guard, who punches any crazy people that keep leaving stuff outside the studio.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, right now the head.
So Marcel Stamps is in bare knuckle boxing. We will interview him today. It'll come out this weekend about this. I did not know that bare knuckle boxing was a thing.
Yeah, I didn't either. And after talking to the promoter, they're like, these things sell out, and the event's going really well, and so you better get your tickets if you want them. But I had no idea either that it was a thing. But
Now, his name is different on that.
What?
Well, put that back up. Was that his? What's the name there?
That's who he's fighting.
yeah.
Levine
Oh,
versus Stamps.
I thought it was.
Yeah,
those
there's two main
versus the
events.
other.
He's a
Okay,
co-main
yeah.
event.
Oh, no.
And again, I know. So it's just
How
kind
you spell Marcel.
it's kind of funny. So he goes from playing for Alabama from 04 to 08, then even played in the CFL for a little bit, and then turned bare knuckle boxer.
Well,
Made his debut, I think,
And
in
like I say,
2018.
he'll be walking around here, the Rick and Bubba studio. You never know when you might meet him.
that's right. And we will once again, Bubba and I will try to establish a friendship that'll be one-sided today. Why do we think if you've been on our podcast we're buddies now?
Well, Rick, we
are
do
you
spend 45 minutes with
Or
him.
you've ever been on the show, and so that then today, those of us that can get there, Greg said that really that this thing he has to do on Thursdays has got him messed up. He used to love to go to the Kevin Derryberry
Oh, that
golf
tent
tournament.
they got with that.
Who doesn't love
the
that
stuff
tent,
that
Greg?
like they cook it at the what is it? At Augusta. The menu.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
pimento cheese. And all
So you
that.
like going in there?
Yeah, I like going.
Kevin
in there.
Derryberry been on the show for years and years and years. His ministry does a lot of great work, and he this is their big fundraiser. Every year it's their golf tournament, and a lot of you are coming in. So we will talk to Marcel, and then we'll head that way.
Yeah, Kevin's a great friend of the show and does such good work, and I'm excited to go. We're going to be a little delayed from previous years because it's our podcast day.
Yep.
And but we're going to get there.
Yeah, we'll be there. So
I even got my clubs in the car.
do you really?
You do. What are you planning on doing?
I may get out on the driving range a little bit after everybody's gone.
When do you think I'll vaporize?
Long before I get on the driving range.
Right.
When the 1 p.m. flight goes off.
Yep.
Amen. All right, guys.
I think
Speedy, will you check and be sure the driving range is open? Because I think one year I went and the driving range was shut down for some reason during that. I don't know what's going on. So I'm gonna be sure that
Speedy and
baby's
shiny shoes in a little bit too.
No, I mean
right?
just if you.
well, I've got to get used to this. I'm his caddy.
I know
So that's what
Speedy-
caddies do.
Speedy's got some connections there. He stays in touch with.
yeah,
us.
and I
I'll
want
text
You want to
Cruzy.
run into
thought he-
Hank out there accidentally? I get it.
I'll
thought-
text Cruzy.
No, do what?
You want to run into Hank out there?
No,
get it.
I would like to see Hank. But
see.
there was one year I was all geared up to get a few shots in, and the driving range was closed for some reason. So I
what
just wanna make
happens
sure.
is you have this big turn. Do they got two groups going off in this thing?
Yeah, they normally have a morning and afternoon flight.
So what happens is that's a lot of people, and they're going to bust range balls from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock before they go out there. And at 1 o'clock, somebody got to get out there and pick them. So you may not have it. It may be closed because there's no balls at that moment.
got to round them up.
Well,
They got to round them up, Bubba.
Well, I mean, they drive that little car. They can round them up pretty
Sure.
quick.
yeah,
Maybe
for sure. He's got
maybe
it
the day
closed.
you couldn't do it might have been weather.
He's got them out there.
I don't know what it was. There was something going on. They had something or
That's normally what
Sunday.
happens.
Yeah.
Is you get 200 people out there bashing a lot of balls. You got to shut it down for a little bit.
You do. You got to pick it back up.
Yeah.
well, I'll
So-
get out there and chip and putt a little bit.
There you
so.
go.
We
I'm
text him.
I'm really concerned about how much you're working.
That's where you score anyway, Bubba.
Do what?
Hey,
This how much you're working on getting ready for the pro-am.
Well, I'm just trying to get back out and move around a little bit. Like
And
I told you, I'm not. I haven't adjusted well to what now? What if I got wrong?
nothing. Go. I'm waiting for you to finish.
You know, this like we were talking the other day. I got used to the COVID schedule where you stayed locked up all the
Right,
time.
yeah.
You know, in fear of your life.
Have you got your COVID paperwork for the pro-am?
And no, I don't yet.
we have an
No.
update on that.
You know, they're going to have a special PGA testing tent that everybody has to go to either Monday or Tuesday. There's no other time.
That's playing.
Let's play.
Yeah.
Does everybody walk inside the rope? Got to do it too.
If you're in there,
you got to be vaccinated.
Which means that I've
or
got
have
to.
that.
You too?
Yeah, if I'm his caddy.
Yeah, I still think that we're looking at this wrong. I mean, I hate to bring this up, but the whole idea to get vaccinated is to have antibodies, and if you have antibodies in your system, then you're good to go. That should be the test, not did I have the shot.
No, the antibodies people.
because some people will get the shot and won't generate antibodies. It just won't happen.
Those of us that have strong antibodies and our blood test shows it, we're treated like lepers for some reason.
I know. What
I
is
printed
that?
out my two. I've had two of them.
By the way, I heard a guy mumbling about me under his mask yesterday. He thought I didn't hear him, but I did.
Oh,
All these people walking around think they got antibodies. I was like, I
See.
can hear you. I know you got your mask on, but I can hear you.
well,
that's the
we're
goal.
outside
That's
the
the
90.
goal to have antibodies.
We're outside the 90-day window of when we had COVID, and so that's all they go by. They don't go by this other, which Bubba that you said,
Well,
which they should.
They're outdated. They're behind.
Yeah, people are showing antibodies, some of them up to a year
Right,
now.
right.
The 90-day thing's over.
Right.
Everybody's exceeding 90 days.
Well, we're gonna make
And
it
it's like
about
they're still
it.
hung in an old.
That's just a CYA guess right now.
Yeah, it is. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you, Johnny Donovan. 35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thanks for being with us on the program today. MyPillow.com. I hope you guys continue to enjoy this great American company. They've got us covered in so many ways now, but we need to just today, let's go back and talk about upgrading the pillow. That's where we all began. We learned about this product. These guys locked arms and said we want to do a marketing campaign with the Rick and Bubba show, and we were like, well, send us this pillow you're so fired up about. And we were all kind of rolling our eyes. I mean, you remember this is many years ago. Like, come on, pillows are pillows, okay?
Were we wrong?
Oh my goodness, were we wrong? And so, but sometimes I think we think the whole wide world has a My Pillow, and a lot of you do. But if some of you don't, and I wonder why you keep putting this off. Why don't you make it happen right now? They're going to offer the lowest price they've ever offered on the premium My Pillow, $40 off. Now, I want you to think about that. For most of us, we spend about 50 hours a week or more sleeping on our pillows. So what we do is we make those 50 hours more and more, beneficial. You want to sleep. So in the pillow plays a big role in that. So if you've been putting off the world's greatest pillow, you can now get it by going to mypillow.com. Look at radio listeners. There's a square there. And then enter the code Bubba, and you get $40 off a premium My Pillow. Make that move now. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so let's finish this about Bubba the Pro-Am because we now know that Bubba and Speedy have to be tested for COVID, even though they've both already had it. They have to be tested for it. They still have the antibodies, but for some reason antibody people are treated as lepers still. We don't know why. They have to be tested.
Follow that science.
But we need to get you guys tested because the Pro-Am is now less than a week away.
That's right.
And so you said that everyone's favorite, the P.T. Barnum of sports promotion.
That's it.
Gene Hallman has come up with a solution because we got a little show we did.
He has, and we brought it up off air just in small talk yesterday about if we got to do all this, why don't Gene. Annually, he comes up on that Monday of the Pro-Am and announces the pairings and who Bubba's playing with. And then we try to auction off a spot for somebody to pick their group and walk with that group to help raise money for Children's Hospital and the things that the Regions promotes. Okay,
you're talking about Gene, the promotion machine?
Right.
Yes.
So he calls me and he goes, "Hey." I said, "Yes, sir." He goes, "Let's make lemonade out of lemons." I said, "Okay, what you got?" He goes, "Why don't we just test you guys live on the show?"
There you go.
And I said, "Well, that makes it easy. Bubba will love that. He won't have to go anywhere."
Yeah,
which
I think
is awesome.
I suggested that.
That's what I was. I just
So he's gonna bring a swab for Bubba's thingamabob. Thingamabob.
That is that owns me. That cover, that.
God, that's good.
So what they're requesting people that are playing in the Pro-Am do prior to playing, which is go to their tent on site a day or two prior, he's just going to bring to the studio, and then it'll take 24 hours, and so by Tuesday we'll know if we're clear. If we're not, then we're not. If
Rick,
we are, then we move forward.
As we walk this thing out, as we like to say.
Walk it out.
We either will be cleared to play in the Pro-Am or my vacation will start early.
That's right.
That's true.
Absolutely.
Yep. And so that's kind of what we'll do. And
I think you're pulling for that, by
I think
the way.
we call that the old win-win.
He has said that a number of times.
Of course, if that happens, you wish you had the trip to the golf store back yesterday.
Yeah.
Wish you could reel that one back in.
Yeah.
Quite the investment.
I've got some numbers on what you're spending, and hey, wow.
No, it's all good.
But you got to be ready,
I got to
right?
get out and play a little bit more. I kind of miss playing. I just hadn't done it enough.
We can go back my last 12 years on the show and we have this exact same conversation.
It's every year.
It's every year, and I hope you do. I want, Bubba, that's something you and I have never done. We've always played tennis and fished and hunt, but we've never played golf.
Well,
I hope it
that
stands.
day's coming, my friend.
It takes so long.
Yes, it'll be here.
It'll just gobble.
There's
a day,
a few
won't it?
less golf courses in our area than there used to be.
Right.
So
You're right
it's
about that.
A little more difficult
it.
to get out there.
Book it.
Even though they got some deals I hear now. So
Yeah. It's
deals were.
it's a frustrating little game, isn't it?
It is. It takes a minute, too.
It is.
Yeah.
You can't run out and play real quick.
I had a friend of mine that had to play golf for business. You know, he said that's about all I do is do it when I have to. And all I got was a text, and I forgot he was gone. And all the text said was, "I hate golf." He said,
well, it's a highly skilled thing, and you have to do it a lot to get good at it and stay good.
Yep.
And
rep it, rep.
It's those fine motor skills. You know,
you
can
practice.
really fall off. Even the best in the world.
Oh yeah,
like and Tiger and all that, they can shoot the course record one day and the next day not break par.
It's almost like Tiger. You can drive straight without a crash some days, and other days you can't.
Yeah, that's right.
But but it was
a lot of moving parts in the old golf swing.
Didn't think I was going to say this, but I heard Alice Cooper say.
Oh wow!
Didn't think that I was going to say that, and I've heard it before.
I heard he said school's out for
He
season.
did. But Alice Cooper, who plays golf every single day, he said, he told Dan Rather, he said, it's this awful, frustrating game, but that one sweet shot, when you hit it, that's why you keep coming back.
Oh yeah,
looking for that moment again.
Yeah.
Right.
He said
That's what Bubba said.
it's just addictive. The sweet shot, when it happens, you're like, well, I can't give it up.
Well, and I think tennis is a lot that way too. You put together that game you've been wanting to play, and it just brings you back, no matter how bad the other parts of the day were.
Well, and people say the same thing about pickleball.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
By the way, I wish you had been with me last night. Brooks Big Love Burgess is now a senior. He finished his finals of his junior year.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, and so I was sitting across from him and the Tasmo, who chose to leave college and go to work, and has never looked back because he's like gainfully employed, which is, I think, the purpose of college. Which he reminded me of that again last night. I said, "Look, I got no issue, man."
Yeah.
And so, but I was talking to them, and all of a sudden, I wasn't prepared for it. Tasmo looks at me and says, "Dad, what is pickleball?" And I said, son, I don't even know where to begin on that. He goes, "What's up? Why is everybody talking about pickleball?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Like he works for a church." He goes, "The churches, they're obsessed with it. Like people come over here to the gym, play pickleball all the time." And I said, "Have you seen it?" And he said, "Kinda." He goes, "But what is it?" And I said, I think it's an indoor version of tennis. Do I have that right?
No, it's like
you can play it outside.
Is it
the
badminton?
rules are a little bit different, but it's closer to tennis.
It's
It's
mini
dangerous.
tennis. It's mini tennis. We played indoors, outdoors.
Is it anything?
Different.
Is it more like badminton?
No.
No, it's more like tennis,
more like
but
tennis
it's
than it is
But the
it's
ball
a little
doesn't
bit
hit the
different.
ground, does it?
Oh yeah.
It does.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's badminton with a bounce.
Yeah, and I
Okay.
I told him about your glorious run.
Yeah,
Talking about that 6 minutes.
Rick, it can be dangerous.
well, I'm going to get
You
back.
do need a stretch.
I think
gonna get
we've
back
been
on that
kind with
court,
6 minutes.
too.
I think we've been kind with 6 minutes.
I'm going to get back on that too.
I'm a kind guy.
You're right. Yeah. It's a.
And the more that I still that was back to procedures and all that, where that area right there, that can be difficult.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you this: of all the years playing sports, that hurt worse than anything.
Yeah.
I've
When
had
it happened.
I've had it happen, and it is not. It is. It is
I
bad.
mean, I've tore an ACL, didn't hurt that bad.
No, it's awful. It takes forever to feel better.
I thought I was going to have to call 911 driving home.
A pulled growing, or torn growing is just terrible.
Weren't you trying to do Russian toe touch and pulled it one time?
well, they are
I'm sure.
difficult to do without
They are.
injuries.
Yeah, that was used to be your go-to. You would,
Yeah, I could do Russian toe
Rick.
touch to a very old age.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do remember that.
You remember what you were famous for in the locker room?
Yes.
The Russian toe touch in a jock strap.
Yeah. When you see
He
big
would come running
when you
down
see
there,
the-
"Here he comes."
look, when you see the big DT get up and do that in a
That
jock
was
strap.
funny, Rick. I remember everybody started cheering.
Yeah, well, yeah, you didn't expect that athletic.
Here it
Yeah,
comes.
you didn't expect that athletic prowess out of somebody wearing 75.
I remember you
Here it
got.
comes.
I remember where you were. You got out of the fun mobile and did a Russian toe touch and felt it, and it hurt.
I tell you, one of the worst ones,
Bad.
one of the worst muscle tears I ever had was for some reason Bubba and I were doing it. It wasn't the Ego Bowl. It was just some random day at the original radio station we worked for, and we got in some kind of pickup game out there in that
Yeah,
field.
we were playing touch football.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you hurt. That's when you got hurt.
Yeah, that boy, that was a bad one. And the it's no fun.
No.
I really think
Takes a
sometimes
minute.
broken bones are less difficult to deal with than really ripped and torn muscles.
For sure.
Yeah.
So Bubba,
Yep.
stretch, please. I don't feel like you're stretching enough.
Well, you got to stretch if you're going to do pickleball. We found that out.
We can start stretching in here, Bubsy.
Yeah, we need.
Start the day off with the stretch.
Your brain fired to the body, go.
Yep.
And
The body didn't answer the phone.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
9 minutes to the top. Bubba, aging is hitting the show as we all get older. And sometimes we need a little more motivation to get out and try to do a little better. Bubba's played
y'all are killing me with these, by the way.
Bubba has played in the Pro-Am at this Champions Tour stop for several years. It was one of the Rick and Bubba victories. We were shut out. We were not allowed there. We came. We took it over. We made people in the industry cry because we were loud about it. And so funny remembering some of those memories.
Yeah.
The funny thing was.
Oh, Rick, let me carry you back a little further than that. They used to, after the tournament on Monday, they would have the media tournament. So everyone could play the course.
Yeah.
At one time they had it a few weeks before that. Then they went to the day after.
That's nothing but Wayne Ball to me.
Yeah, and
Yes.
we used to just try to beg to get in that, and Gene wouldn't let us. And but then me and Wayne Ball got to play in it a few times. So
Oh, yeah.
we had
I
a
was
lot
with
of fun
y'all
with
a
that.
number of times.
Yeah.
Wayne could play. Do you remember the time we were on the back porch? Because we would move around locations, and did one of us shoot like a Nerf gun over into somebody?
Well, that's what I was.
It was a Nerf rocket.
I was going to tell you
Nerf
this.
rocket, yeah.
And we talked about this. Ron Greenwood, who worked with this, and Greg have been doing once a month this podcast.
Yeah.
Off the air, the Rick and Bubba Untold Experience, and they just interviewed Carrie Lambert.
Mm-hmm.
And Carrie Lambert relives all of that because these are things that if we tried to have that conversation. It would sound weird us being there, but to have them going back there and people say, "Look, we're going to tell you things," and Carrie Lambert walks through the whole Rick and Bubba come from small town America to the Birmingham market, and when he talked about being the operations manager and having to deal with the clusters and multiple morning shows and multiple personalities, and he's out at Greystone, and he said, and the morning shows are coming over to me saying, "Could you please ask Rick and Bubba to stop bombing us with Nerf guns and stuff like that," and just talking about hearing those recaps.
He did a good job.
That was I'd forgotten a lot of that. It was really and to hear it from he basically says, here's what was going on in the industry. Here's what we were all doing. Here's how we felt about Rick and Bubba. Here's how they changed our mind. And here's how we all went. And this is what happened. We went to get them.
Yeah.
And the whole process. And it's really a very interesting interview. So Bubba, we have been trying to get people to motivate.
May end Carrie Lambert's career.
Yeah, well, he didn't care. I actually thought Carrie Lambert was very cavalier in that.
There were a couple of things we said. Look, we'll edit this out. Nah,
Who cares?
He must have.
I haven't heard it yet.
He must have an exit strategy. but anyway, so we have people that are now in the audience that are trying to help Bubba. Brad McGregor has stepped up today out of Decatur,
this is good.
listening to the river. We already had somebody get you a cameo from William Hung to motivate you. Just do it.
Just do it.
Now this one, I don't know this person's name. I just know the famous video.
Yeah, we played the video, I think.
And this was the former gang member who is giving his testimony, and he starts rapping and popping about his newfound
It's called
faith.
Mr. Poppin' Lock.
Yeah, Poppin' Lock, his newfound faith in Christ. Now, does Adler have this?
He does, and
All right, so-
I think he lives in Compton, California.
All right,
now.
so Bubba, here's another motivational video from the audience. They got it done for you.
Jesus Christ, we love you, God. Jesus Christ, Bubba Bussy. Let me tell you, bro, you gonna do okay in your golf tournament. Just pray to God. Dear Lord, Father God, Jesus Christ, let me win, and then let God take the steering wheel. But no matter the outcome, whether you win or whether you lose, you're always the winner with Jesus Christ. And he loves you so much. And just, shout out to your radio station, the Rick and Bubba Show, Jesus Christ. But yeah, Bubba, it's gonna be okay. Give all your gifts and talent to God and watch it magnify. I love you, bro. You're gonna do good at the golf tournament. Come on, somebody. Jesus Christ. And God bless you and your family, and may you guys stay in the presence of God. And this video is just confirmation, lets you know that God hears your prayers. God bless you, Bubba. Bussy. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
Is that move to a second?
It's just kind of like his ending that he puts it there.
Okay.
Guys, that was really good. You know how we love that video.
I will say that all day now.
He was popping hard.
Gosh, he was. In the name of
didn't
Jesus.
hurt himself.
In the name of Jesus.
You know what? You're gonna play well, cause God.
So Mr. Poppin' Lock Jesus Christ
Only our audience would come.
I know.
They got
Of all the
thinking
people they could get.
I'm going with Poppin' Lock.
We now have William Hung and Poppin' Lock.
And to me, those are two great choices.
No, they're
great
phenomenal
choices.
choices.
They're off the scale.
Phenomenal choices.
Off the scale,
Bubba,
good.
as your caddy, I'm gonna say, just hit it straight.
Stay out of the wood.
Well, you know, if Luke Speedy was out there doing that hard pop.
Golly.
You know,
Thank goodness Speedy's
in a
going
lot
caddy
of
with him all day.
ways, you know, golf reflects our faith because many times, like God goes and looks for the one that got away, and you know, I spend a lot of my time looking for that ball out in the woods.
You leave the 99, don't you?
I do. I leave the 99 to go find the one.
Bubba, here.
So good. That is good.
This cameo thing, one of my new favorite
And Rick,
things.
how excited!
Because I'm going to be honest, they do a great job of acting like they're really your friend.
Rick, and how excited we are when we find that one. You know,
Oh, yes. And
we rejoice.
We celebrate.
Yes, we do.
I'm going to watch this video of him popping during the break.
Of course you are. You can't get enough of it.
Yeah, well, there
So-
it is.
That's when he's putting the armor on. The helmet.
He's putting it all on.
If you hit a long putt, go,
What was-
Jesus Christ.
What was he dancing to right there? Do you remember?
Him
What
screaming
song?
out.
I think it's just his own
Just him
thing.
doing it, huh?
Narrating.
It's just-
Yeah.
No, there is something. There's something.
the enemy. So we hold up the sword
Greg.
of truth. Jesus Christ.
Greg.
Shoot us first.
Got a sword.
I love y'all.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness.
Popping Lock.
If Revival Center could just get him booked for the Mother's Day event.
We have an update.
Look, he's injured.
By the way, our group text.
I love it.
Our group text with that yesterday was all that. All right, so, but you got to be on time. All right, so
You appreciate it, but
yeah, but let's go back to this, Greg. Now listen, Greg, don't let it go because I'm picturing it right now. What would you do? What would you do now? Because you was fresh in your mind, right? You just looked at it.
I got it.
What would you do if they introduced Bubba on the first hole like they do, and he came out and, he had his driver. He did just like that.
Had on his little dickies.
Oh, that's good.
That guy had baggy pants on.
Oh,
They don't allow little dickies on the golf course.
Oh,
That's right.
please tell
One
me,
high car.
go get those knickers again and wear them, please.
Watch it.
I think they'll fit.
Don't think they'll come around there in,
Nah, I
in
doubt it.
the fashion.
Bub, that's a good look for him.
Yeah.
They won't come around in fashion. Well, we all have that. You get things out of the closet, you go, well, looks like I put it back on. If you picture it, looking just like that too.
I mean, and hard. Go ahead.
Yeah, you gotta go. You gotta give it
oh,
all
if
you
you
got.
leave anything out there, that ain't worth doing.
Because he can pop. Bubba can do it.
Brad
Make that
McGregor,
hurt something.
Brad
He can do it.
McGregor, Decatur, Alabama, listener of the week.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I like it.
Well done. Well done.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We'll watch that many times.
And
If we could just get one from Poppin' John or Mad Chad.
Well, if that,
and probably out there. Any of you out there that are starting to think, I guess I should do this, you are correct. The more
we get, the better they
the
are.
more cameos, the better. Top of the hour. We'll be back. Had an interesting moment. On the show yesterday. I've got an update on it.
Sure did. Everybody thought that was a bit.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Rick and Bubba.
Jesus Christ, we love you, God. Jesus Christ, Bubba Bussy. Let me tell you, bro, you gonna do okay in your golf tournament. Just pray to God. Dear Lord, Father God, Jesus Christ, let me win. And then let God take the steering wheel. But no matter the outcome, whether you win or whether you lose, you're always the winner with Jesus Christ. And he loves you so much. And just, shout out to your radio station, the Rick and Bubba Show, Jesus Christ. But yeah, Bubba, it's going to be okay. Give all your gifts and talents to God and watch it magnify. I love you, bro. You're going to do good at the golf tournament. Come on, somebody. Jesus Christ. And God bless you and your family. And may you guys stay in the presence of God. And this video is just confirmation. Let you know that God hears your prayers. God bless you, Bubba. Bussy. Jesus Christ. Jesus. Jesus Christ. And this is coming from Greg. God bless. Jesus.
Here we go. 6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. So we updated you on where we are on Bubba's return to the pro-am next week. We'll be live from there 1 week from yesterday. Make a note of that if you want to come by and say hello. And that live show usually spawns some pretty good interviews and situations, so be standing by for that. Well, it happened yesterday on the program. I think people sometimes think we exaggerate that. And you've heard people that have worked with us before, and so I hope that confirms that this is not something we just say trying to be sharp. And I'm not even sure what it even says about us. But really, we have our lives, and our lives, when the microphone's cut off, continue off the air. And then when the microphone's cut back on, we're still living our life. Now mics are just on. And we had an example of that yesterday. I do have a few comments about yesterday's moment on the air. If you remember, Bubba just very casually said to me, hey, I think you said you almost got a selfie with it or something to send it to me. Or
yeah, I saw it at a red light, and I was about to fill up with gas, and I thought I'll go out there and get my picture made with that and send it to Rick. That'll be funny.
So Bubba saw me on a banner that said that I was speaking at Vincent Revival Center. The name of the church is the Revival Center in Vincent, Alabama, and that I would be speaking there for 2 services coming up 1 week from Sunday on Mother's Day. And when Bubba said that, my first thought was, since I had no recollection that I was doing that he must be mistaken, or as we begin to unpack it, and little things start firing in my mind. Oh, you know what? I do remember something like that, but that we've already done that. That's an old banner, which that happens sometimes, especially with billboards. You see old billboards that'll stay up there past the date of something. Probably not usually a year, but right. So anyway, so I began to doubt, and I honestly could not make my mind agree with what Bubba had actually seen. Then Greg's wife, my sister-in-law, then sends me another picture of the same exact banner, right down there near where Greg's son lives.
Oh yeah, they got 280 covered.
Hey, Greg, let me tell you where all they have covered, because this is how my day went yesterday. They have Vincent covered, Harpersville covered, Childersburg, Sylacauga, Westover, Chelsea, Sterrett, Columbiana, Wilsonville, Talladega, and also. At times, it stretches into Calera and Rockford.
Like a blanket.
Yeah, so all these little towns in Alabama.
I actually drove through Sterrett yesterday.
All know that I was coming to speak. I just didn't. Now
that's wow.
Yeah, I think that's what got everybody is when he brought it up. You were like, no.
Now, come on.
Right. Well, and let me just be crystal clear about the wonderful people there, Pastor Jason. Alums. We talked yesterday, in charge of outreach there, Brandy Wallace, who put all this together. They did not have a very good day yesterday because they began to be pummeled with, hey, Rick, I don't think Rick's coming because he's on vacation the day that you're saying. As a matter of fact, Sherry and I were scheduled to leave the day before on the 8th. Now, the only reason why we didn't see Sherry's picture on these same banners is because Sherry is scheduled to speak at a women's brunch that, as the pastor described, is completely packed out, sold out. So there's no need to promote it because there are no more seats available to see Sherry. So Sherry is involved in this as well. Now, let me tell you that in a weird, you have to understand the dynamic of marriage, okay? That actually was a plus for me that Sherry was involved. Because now I'm not just the husband who hasn't stayed on top of his speaking engagements, and I'm messing up vacation. Okay, so the fact she's involved actually makes this easier on me just from a strictly husband standpoint. Everybody follow that?
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense?
Yeah, right. Does make sense.
So then became, what do we do? These kind, wonderful people have done everything correctly. And what happened was Sherry and I were scheduled to do this a year ago, and it was canceled because of the pandemic. Premier Speakers Bureau, which they don't book everything that we do, but they book some things that we do. themanchurch.com is kind of a different deal. We kind of handle that ourselves. But if it's just an event of some kind that Sherry or me or both are speaking, then that goes through Premier Speakers just to kind of help keep us organized, which is an interesting comment that I'm making now. And so what happened, we now know, is they just simply asked, could this just be moved a year? Let's go the same weekend and just move it a year. Now, when they talked to Premier Speakers Bureau, and I'm sure us at the time said that sounds fine. But then became the problem. It entered into a portal that Sherry and I cannot see. Now, it's not mean that it's not possible to see it, but we needed to have been told, you have this for some reason, and yesterday, let me assure you, after we were done yesterday, they won't do it this way anymore because they agree this is obviously not the way to do it. Is I can sit down in my office and log into Premier Speakers Bureau and see every date that they've booked that I'm speaking. Sherry can go to Premier Speakers Bureau, log in, and see anywhere she's speaking. And Sherry, frankly, doesn't do near as much, and probably will in the future, but she goes through seasons of stuff she's got going, and she's involved in learning a foreign language right now, so she hasn't been doing very much. So she has a final in about, if you're listening live, in about 3.5 hours. Okay, so remember, she's studying for a final, and I've got to bring this into the house. Okay, and she thinks she's going to finish a final, and then she's going to start getting ready to take off on our 25th anniversary trip and a vacation that, because of COVID and missed spring breaks, we normally have already been on vacation back at March, which Bubba has been talking about quite a bit, because it's been a long haul to get here. So, and it's, everything's just not the way it normally is. And so people yesterday were saying, including Lisa, you have to tell Sherry. And I said, I'm not telling her. I'm not telling her while she's studying for this test.
Yeah.
Because not saying this is just same, but not, equal, but not same, just different. I really can compartmentalize things like most men can. And I know multitasking isn't really true because your mind can't do two things at once. But you know what I mean when I say multitasking.
Right. You got a lot going on.
You can come in. I can be getting ready for something. You come in and say, hey, we got something that happened. Did that happen? Okay, we need to take care of that. Then go back to what I'm doing.
Right.
Well, Sherry's a little more of tunnel vision, a little one-track mind. If she's got her mind on something, and she really will wall herself off from the world. I mean, you won't be able to get her on the phone. She's not checking emails. She's certainly not on social media. She didn't do much of that anyway. And so people were saying, well, she can't be in this bubble. There's people all over the place emailing and calling, and phones are ringing that you guys are not going to, that probably can't come. And I said, I promise you, she has no idea about it. So I'm not going to go in there and walk in the house and go, hey, you got to stop what you're doing. You're not going to believe what's happened. So I had to bide my time. So what I wanted to do before that conversation took place is what? Have it resolved.
Yep.
Yeah.
Have this happened?
So I'll come back and tell you about it. But I will tell you this. This was a pretty big moment because there's a lot of people out there that started saying, how can we help? I mean, what can we do to help? And then I've got to decide what time and at what point during the day do I tell Sherry. Okay, now keep in mind, over here you've got some wonderful, kind people that simply were honoring Sherry and I with a chance to come and speak and do what we love to do. They got canceled a year ago, got moved a year. They're promoting, even after checking with Premier, saying should they continue to promote at the end of March.
So that was done.
That was done. They checked in. Now, nobody asked Sherry and I about that, which would have been huge. Because then we would have said, hey, man, you know what? We forgot that got moved. We got this. Our vacation got moved. We got this. We need to probably – and the church would have had plenty of time to adjust to that if somebody would have simply said, hey, they're checking again to make sure this date is good. And I talked to them yesterday. They said, well, it's pretty standard. If we hadn't heard anything from you and somebody asks us that, we just say, yeah. Okay, so we're going to probably rework that too.
Yeah.
And so Sherry and I we don't have anything on our schedule that tells us that we're doing it. And they were asked, could they check with us one more time at the end of March, which didn't happen. And so we're flying blind, making vacation plans. And in all fairness, responsibility on me, I'm sure we knew about it, but the way it normally goes into the calendar and everything, it didn't work the way it normally does, and we forgot about it. I did. I completely forgot about it. So
it happens.
So when we come back, I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Oh boy!
Because now we've got a flight that's supposed to leave on Saturday. We've got hotel booked for the week that's supposed to check in on Saturday. And then Sherry has the brunch on Saturday on schedule, and I've got 2 services on Sunday, May 8th and 9th. Woo. So we'll talk about that when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour, the update yesterday. And Bubba, really, I think that you were used by God yesterday to somewhat save the day.
Yeah, who thought me goofing off at a red light would come in so handy?
So,
as we were told this morning, you have to use your talents, whatever they may be.
Yeah,
right.
So
or whatever small the measure may be.
Right, from popping lock. So I started thinking, all right, I got to get options here because I have a vacation booked, and Sherry and I are in desperate need of this vacation. We're all getting kind of frayed at the edges. We've had a lot going on. Like Bubba said, you come out of pandemic not being able to do anything, then you're thrown into a society where everybody says, let's catch up. Mm-hmm. So this got caught in that unfortunate deal. So I'm just sitting there desperate. I'm like, well, I got to do something. And now it's just kind of cloud hanging over you. You don't want innocent people to be hurt in all this. And I looked down, I was getting a call from Gary. Anytime you're down and out, you want Gary to call you.
That's right. That's right.
And,
it picks you right up.
What am I going to do? When's the time that I talk to Sherry about this? I don't want to disrupt what she's doing to get prepared. Hey, I heard Bubba talking about that thing down there in Vincent. I said, you talking about me speaking at the Mother's Day services and Sherry doing the brunch. Yeah, that sounds like a problem. He said, you talked to Miss Sherry yet? That's what he called Sherry, Miss Sherry. You talked to Miss Sherry about it yet? I said, no, I haven't, man. I'd like to have the plan together before I talk to her. Well, let me offer something. And I said, okay. What do you think about me doing it? He said, I can get little Gwen to do the brunch, and then you just tell the church, I'll do the Mother's Day thing, and I'll come in there and I'll do it, and then little Gwen can do the brunch.
No sleeves.
And I said, Gary, I appreciate that, and I'm not sure that's what they're wanting, but how about this? Hey, you never know. What I could do is, because I can bring my turkey calls and set them up in the lobby, and I can do a message, about like calling the turkey up is like the Holy Spirit calling you.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah, I appreciate that. And and little Gwen can talk about to them ladies, what it's like, to be a wife of somebody like me,
That would be interesting.
Yeah, it would.
And I said, Gary, you know what? This is boy, you're big-hearted right now.
Yeah.
So probably not. I don't think that's what, I've talked to the pastor. He seems a little stressed. I don't think that. I appreciate that. How about that? How about this? That is one option.
Putting it down.
Yeah.
That isn't. No, look, them little towns down there. That's my people. He said, that's my people. I mean, that's, Wilsonville and Sterrett and Vincent. Sometimes even, sometimes you don't go as far north as Calera.
Of where?
Calera. And I said, Childersburg, Harpersville.
Oh,
hey, let me tell you this, all kidding aside now. You tell Miss Sherry, if y'all end up doing this, don't speed in Harpersville.
No.
And
not.
I said, I know. Bubba's already told me that.
You're
I've
correct.
got that. So I got down to this. Gary was one option. I put him down at option 4. Option 1, we do it like it is. We just delay the vacation and we get it done. Option 2, Sherry does the brunch. We still leave after the brunch. We get something else for Sunday, and we're still kind of on the same schedule we were on, but you still don't get the Sunday. And so I got to talking to the pastor, and I couldn't get past the fact that Vincent Revival Center and the pastor and the outreach minister and all that team, the incredible job that they have done, and they are completely innocent in all this. Completely innocent. They were given a yes, and ultimately that yes was from me and Sherry. Now, we didn't remember it because it was a year ago, and I even thought at one time we'd already done it. But they got a yes, not only from us, because Premier Speakers did not tell them yes without checking with us. I'm sure that when they said, can they just delay it a year, we just said, that sounds fine.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, did we get the information after that like we're supposed to? Everybody, not the church, the Speakers Bureau, because the church is saying we didn't want to bother y'all with it. We thought we were supposed to go through them. And you know what? So that they're not at fault for not reaching out to us personally. They didn't think that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
And so they it was not handled as well as it could have been, just from organized. And this idea that Premier had of creating a separate place for stuff that Sherry and I do together, we all agreed yesterday that that's probably a bad idea. That if Sherry's part of anything or I'm part of anything, we probably need it on our individual list. Doesn't really matter if we're together.
Or put them on both.
Or put do put it on both.
CC that baby.
I've even got them now saying you might want to copy Helmsy on it. You know what I mean? All this kind of stuff. So because I need more because I know my flaws. So here's the bottom line. In the grand scheme of things, a wonderful vacation that God has allowed us to be blessed enough to even have to be able to have the ability to take. It being 6 days versus 7 is no big deal. So I've already talked with everybody involving the travel, and so we're just going to leave on Sunday after church versus Saturday.
There we go.
That's it. And Sherry's going to be there for the brunch. She's excited about it. Sherry really it surprised me. She finally came down and she was like, "Whew, I'm up there studying for that test. And hey, I don't have time to talk right now. I'm just coming down here for a minute." I said, just a second, just one little thing. And so I told it to her, and I was like, "Well, this is going to stress her." And she's like, "No, we'll just leave on Sunday." Then I said, "Okay." So I said, "Yeah." She goes, "Okay." And she goes, "Now I was wondering because I was about to finish." She goes, "What this has done is I had a chance to delay the final, which I thought about doing that. I didn't have to do it tomorrow because it's an oral final. She has to do a conversation, all that." And she said, "I'm trying to get it over with," and I was a little stressed by that. But now I know I need to go ahead and do it tomorrow, which is now today, so I can prepare my message over the weekend for the next week. And you're going to be gone speaking for the Man Church on Friday and Sunday. So it all works out. Just tell them that's what we'll do. All right. And so that's what we're going to do. We'll be there. And like I said, even when the pastor was talking and the guys from Premier Speakers, they were all talking, I said, "Guys, the things that Sherry and I have been through in life, this is not a big deal. I've seen things that are a big deal. This is not a big deal." Yeah. So in other words, we're going to leave for a great vacation a day later and get to go talk about Jesus. I mean, it really doesn't get much better than that. So thank you to Vincent Revival Center and everybody there. You guys, like we said, we're going to put them to work promoting. You guys.
Well, they did an outstanding job.
You guys, when I asked them, I said, "So what about the fact that you hadn't heard me mention on the show?" "Well, we just thought you'd wait till next week, then talk about it."
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So you're saying banners stay up.
Keep the banners up. Matter of fact, let's put some more out.
Keep sending the mail out.
If you got it in your mailbox, it's coming up next weekend, just like it says on the flyer. And thank you guys so much. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Speaking of learning another language, like Sherry is doing, you can, maybe you don't have time to say, look, this pursuit of trying to study this is, the problem is I'm on the go. I've got a lot going on. Well, Babbel.com/Bubba says this is the way to do it. And you can have some fun with it, too. Go to Babbel.com/Bubba. We use it now. You know, Sherry does have this in her arsenal. She started using this even before she started taking classes with it, and it really got a good foundation. You can choose from 14 different languages, and the way they do it really is cool. I even cut up with it a little bit myself, trying to learn, because, I'm just about fluent in Spanish.
Yes.
But anyway, you Spanish, French, Italian, German, many more. And these are 15-minute lessons. They were created by over 100 different language experts, and this unique teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective time and time again. So start your new language learning journey right now with us, and you can get 65% off your subscription when you go to Babbel.com/Bubba. That's BABBEL.com/Bubba for 65% off your subscription. Babbel is language for life, and again, that link is under the sponsors button too. All right, so I wasn't even sure what this was with Biden, but he.
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement.
President Biden.
Does anybody know? Basement Joe.
President Biden has delivered his first speech to a joint meeting of Congress. This happened last night. I saw some comments today when I woke and started the day, but I did not fully understand what people were saying, but now I do. So here, remember about how we've talked about how the education system really has just turned, if it's a government school, it's just a system set up to indoctrinate your children into being good little big government socialists, and to have them worship the earth and to believe bad science. Or not even understand the scientific method, as I talked about. Was it yesterday we talked about that?
Yeah.
So anyway, but here's what President Biden says. He said, "I'll tell you what, the government's not educating your children enough." Listen to this.
I've introduced the American Families Plan tonight, which addresses four of the biggest challenges facing American families and in turn America. First is access to good education. When this nation made 12 years of public education universal in the last century, it made us the best educated, best prepared nation in the world. It's, I believe, the overwhelming reason that propelled us to where we got in the 20th century. But the world's caught up or catching up. They're not waiting. I would say parenthetically, if we were sitting down, we set a bipartisan committee together and said, okay, we're going to decide what we do in terms of government providing for free education. I wonder whether we'd think, as we did in the 20th century, that 12 years is enough in the 21st century. I doubt it. 12 years is no longer enough today to compete with the rest of the world in the 21st century. That's why my American Families Plan guarantees 4 additional years of public education for every person in America, starting as early as we can. The great universities in this country have conducted studies of the last 10 years. It shows that adding 2 years of universal high-quality preschool for every 3-year-old and 4-year-old, no matter what background they come from, puts them in a position to be able to compete all the way through 12 years and increases exponentially their prospect of graduating and going on beyond graduation. The research shows when a young child goes to school, not daycare, they're far more likely to graduate from high school and go to college or something after high school. When you add 2 years of free community college on top of that, you begin to change the dynamic.
Yeah, you do.
We can do that.
All right, so if you got to know how to read that.
That means we want to get your kids younger to preach to them about climate change and socialism and critical race theory and all of that before they get any older and know that that's not the right thing. We want to program them sooner and get them away from you, the parents.
Right. We know that your influence over them is too strong, so we got to grab them when you're influencing them because we want to start influencing them sooner and longer.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner and longer. That's all that is. And by the way, whoever said there's a study that children getting involved in some sort of universal government-run education at 3 years old, they graduate high school at a higher rate, I would say that would be the opposite. Some of the best students that I've ever been around are students where their parents are involved in their education in a big, big way and have taken time with them in the home and taught them versus, hey, I just throw it to the school and let them do it because I'm not involved.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where he didn't reference where that study was, but I think that's a pile of garbage.
You know, Rick, I never was, and I'm still not a good speller, and I hardly ever watch the spelling bee, but I do see the stories about it, and the homeschool kids dominated that thing. I mean, for the past 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
Now, every now and then you get one that's not, but, you know, again, this is just the government is going to do it. The government's going to do it. They got an answer for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Beware, my friends.
Bubba, also, President Biden wants us to know that January the 6th was the worst attack in American history. Now, here we go.
I stand here tonight, one day shy of the 100th day of my administration. 100 days since I took the oath of office and lifted my hand off our family Bible
Oh, my
and
goodness.
inherited a nation. We all did.
I can't believe the Bible didn't burn in your hand.
The worst pandemic in a century. The worst economic crisis since the Great Depression. The worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
Talking about January 6th.
Now, Rick, shouldn't have happened, but these people who were rioting did not fire one shot. Not one bullet.
No.
Okay. Shouldn't have happened. They're going to be punished, but they did not fire one bullet. I don't even see how you can compare that to so many things that's happened in our country throughout our history. Not even close.
Pearl Harbor really jumps into my mind. 9/11 really jumps in there.
Well, and in the War of 1812.
Yeah.
Well, that was prior. He said since the Civil War.
Right,
but,
yeah.
Pearl Harbor, 9/11. I mean, how do you even compare those?
Yeah.
I mean, that ain't even close.
Yeah, when an imperialistic country attacks you because they don't want you to be in a constitutional republic, or as the Democrats call it, a democracy, that's a pretty big deal when they're trying to take over our country. That's a big one.
Yeah.
The attack on 9/11 was against what we are as a country, saying that they hate what we do, they hate the West, and it's an attack on the way we govern and the way we operate. And you're going to compare a bunch of rabble rousers running into the Capitol building,
Making selfies?
Making selfies. And
The only thing they shot was selfies, Rick.
Yeah, it is the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. Of course, we're a constitutional republic, but I know what he means. But I mean,
Yeah.
All right, so no surprise here. Ted Cruz could not stay awake during it.
Well,
A lot of people couldn't.
No.
There's just it's hard for me to be motivated to hear, Karl Marx. Joe Biden speak.
I actually want to solve a problem.
Okay.
I've sent a bill to take a close look at it. We also have to get at the root problem of why people are fleeing, particularly
I've been there, buddy. I've been there.
And El Salvador. I actually want to solve a problem.
Can you imagine sitting listening to this garbage? Look, I've been there. Those eyes are so
We
heavy.
also have to get at the root problem of why people are fleeing, particularly
Rick, it's like chains are on them. You just can't keep them
It's the
open.
worst, right?
I don't sit still good even when it's something I want to
Yeah,
hear.
there you go. Oh, that's so good. All right, so then the kicker.
Yeah.
I think the president says that we can't just say we want to do better. What we got to do is do better.
Yeah, we
Am I-
can't just build back better. We have to build back better. Okay. All right, so I just try to follow along with this.
Okay.
America's moving forward, but we can't stop now. We're in competition with China and other countries to win the 21st century. We're at a great inflection point in history. We have to do more than just build back better. But build back, we have to build back better.
Can I have that one more time? I'm trying to.
America's moving.
I love when he whispers.
Moving
Well, that's Rick.
We
That's
can't
how he
stop
speaks.
now.
You don't have the wind.
We're in competition with China and other countries to win the 21st century. We're at a great inflection point in history. We have to do more than just build back better. But build back, we have to build back better.
Well, that's crystal clear.
We got to do better and build back better. We got to build back better.
Rick, he even said at one point that he had created more jobs in the last 100 days than any president.
Yeah.
And I'm
What?
like, what?
What?
Paying somebody to stay at home is not a
That's
job.
not a job.
That's
No.
not a job.
Ask the restaurants.
Go into any restaurant. I haven't seen one now that has full staff. Have you?
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
said, "We the people is the government."
Well, it's time to remember that we, the people, are the government.
Ted Cruz, after he woke up, 8 minutes to the top of the hour. So we had this Biden speech. We've covered it for you, which happened when he talked to a joint meeting of Congress. We played some of the quotes. Tim Scott had the rebuttal. We've got some quotes from what Tim Scott had to say. What he said upset the Twitter sphere. The cancel culture is now after Tim Scott, who happens to be African American, and now, of course, as the left always does, if a black man or woman decides that they're conservative or they don't go along with the proper narrative that the influential white people, by the way, tell them to, if they don't go along with the narrative, then they, of course, are called Uncle Toms. And now all over Twitter, Tim Scott is being called Uncle Tim by the left for statements like this.
I sent y'all 2 clips. Which one do y'all want?
This is the one about the systematic racism. Yeah, that one. I'm sorry. I thought that's what we talked about in the break, Speedy. I'm sorry. That's on me.
I'm sorry. This here.
1 second.
Yeah, this one here, as you talked about, Rick, about the systematic racism. This is something that everybody's been talking about how they blame everything on racism if you just disagree with them, and that's what Tim Scott was trying to land on. About if you disagree or you have a debate, that doesn't mean you're a racist. Basically, is what he's trying to say.
Today, kids are being taught that the color of their skin defines them again. And if they look a certain way, they're an oppressor. From colleges to corporations to our culture, people are making money and gaining power by pretending we haven't made any progress at all, by doubling down on the divisions we've worked so hard to heal. You know this stuff is wrong. Hear me clearly. America is not a racist country. It's backwards to fight discrimination with different types of discrimination. And it's wrong to try to use our painful past to dishonestly shut down debates in the present.
So Tim Scott is not allowed to say that because he's black. He says that that modern day minorities do not live in a racist nation. Now, is it a nation that still has racist people? Yes. Mm-hmm. But is it a racist nation? Tim Scott says no, and of course today the left called him Uncle Tim.
Oh yeah,
unbelievable. You know, too, it's crazy to me how the left in this country who they will make a hero, who they will hold up, who they will paint on walls, who they will do this, and then people who really ought to be the heroes, like Tim Scott, like Condoleezza Rice, like
Clarence Thomas.
The
list goes on
and on and on. They consider them traitors to their race. I just cannot follow that.
Well, he really upsets them even more with his second comment. Now he takes issue with any suggestion that the Georgia election laws are about civil rights. Here we go.
African American who's voted in the South my entire life. I take voting rights personally. Republicans support making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. And so do the voters. Big majorities of Americans support early voting, and big majorities support voter ID, including African Americans and Hispanics. Common sense makes common ground. But today, this conversation has collapsed. The state of Georgia passed a law that expands early voting, preserves no excuse mail-in voting, and despite what the president claimed, did not reduce election day hours. If you actually read this law, it's mainstream. It will be easier to vote early in Georgia than in Democrat-run New York. But the left doesn't want you to know that. They want people virtue signaling by yelling about a law they haven't even read. Fact checkers have called out the White House for misstatements. The president absurdly claims that this is worse than Jim Crow. What is going on here? I'll tell you, a Washington power grab. This misplaced outrage is supposed to justify Democrats' new sweeping bill that would take over elections for all 50 states. It would send public funds to political campaigns you disagree with and make the bipartisan Federal Elections Commission partisan. This is not about civil rights or our racial past. It's about rigging elections in the future. And no, the same filibuster that President Obama and President Biden praised when they were senators, the same filibuster that the Democrats used to kill my police reform bill last year, has not suddenly become a racist relic just because the shoe is now on the other foot. Race is not a political weapon to settle every issue the way one side wants. It's far too important.
So there's Tim Scott, and of course he's not allowed to say that because he's black, according to the left. And remember, the left are the people that really, if you watch, may be the most racist people you've ever dealt with. Because you know what they say? If your skin is a certain color, you better get in line, and you better have the narratives that we hand out, and you better say what we say to say, and you better do what we say to do. And if you don't believe that, as Bubba made the point a minute ago, and we have in the past, look who get to be heroes of the African-American community are examples of things you might want to consider. If you don't share their political views, fine. But remember, the only heroes you're allowed to look at are the ones they pick for you. And I know there's many, many people out there that they're not going to live in that world. They make their own decisions and their own choices. But this is the overall reach, and it's important that because if somebody gets up and says what Tim Scott says, and you're white, then that's typical racist rhetoric. If Tim Scott says it, well, he's not really a black person. He's really an Uncle Tom, and we're going to call him Uncle Tim all over. So, and remember, these will be the people that'll say what? They are they want us to live in their utopia where everybody's nice and kind. And they're some of the meanest, most vicious human beings you'll ever deal with.
There's only one sin in their world, and that is not agreeing with them.
You better get in line.
And they will use anybody, anything, and any cause for their ultimate cause, and that is power grab.
And as many have pointed out, that really is the way Marxists live. So they're really doing what they should be doing. They're consistent. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, recording another Rick and Bubba University podcast today. On our podcast, we dive into the world of bare-knuckle fighting. Didn't even know it existed. Coming to Birmingham, as a matter of fact, tomorrow night at Bowell Auditorium. But we'll talk to Marcel Stamps, who is a bare-knuckle fighting champion. And we will talk, I didn't know it, and we'll unpack that world. O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events. Bubba, Friday night, tomorrow night, we'll be over in Somerville, Georgia, Tortuga High School, Tortuga County High School, there at the gymnasium. A big men's event. You're welcome to be there. It's free. All you have to do is let us know you're going to be there. We'll have all the resources from themanchurch.com. I'll be doing the message. Looking forward to being with all of you there tomorrow night. Then on to Sunday, Colquitt, Georgia. They're doing Man Church, second Man Church for them. I'll be speaking at this gathering of the men. Then we'll put them back into the curriculum from themanchurch.com. And then, Bubba, we added today. Coming up next weekend, as Bubba pointed out, Sherry and I will be at Vincent Revival Center. Looking forward to being there. Sherry will be speaking to the women at a brunch coming up on Saturday. That is sold out, and I'll be speaking at both services coming up on Sunday. There's a service at 8:30 and another service at 11. So you can find that information by going now to upcoming events, and you can find the information there. Looking forward to being with all of you this weekend. And, Bubba, thank you for reminding me that I was going to be there.
Rick, I'm just glad I thought to casually mention that I was going to get my picture made with it right before we went back on the air yesterday and not later next week.
Let's go. So glad we got that all worked out. Sorry for the drama yesterday, but we got it all worked out.
But what a great promotion.
Yeah, well done. So let's go to the phones. We got Chris in Tuscumbia. Bubba gets the hour started. If you want to get in, you can at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Chris, go ahead.
Hey, man.
Hey.
What's going on?
I'm good. How about you?
Oh, good. Hey, dude, I was going to let you know that, man, it's back in 1998, 9 or so. I was working for a little lumber company or so, and they called me, and they was like, man, we're having this big company deal, whatever, and we got these awesome guys coming up here. And, man, I was like, okay, all right. 2-hour drive, I'm good. I'll run up there and check it out. And, man, I got up there, and
let's land. Let's land the plane, Chris. Let's get it on the ground.
You got there, and what happened?
All right, let's go. Let's get to it right now. We don't have. You had a 2 hour
wide open.
You had a 2-hour drive. We ain't got 2 hours for the story though.
I'm sorry. All right, dude.
All right.
We get up there, and we get up there, and it's like they said it was Rick and Bubba. Never heard of Rick and Bubba in my life. And we get up there, and I told my buddy after it was over, I thought, man, I hope they got something else to do.
Yes.
I was like, man, I drove 2 hours for nothing. And long story short, about three years later.
I think that ship has sailed, Chris.
Yeah. 3 years later, I'm riding in a truck with a buddy of mine on another job site there, and he's like, man, you got to hear these guys. And he's like, Rick, I said, man, I saw them. And man, I started listening to y'all, and I got hooked on y'all. And I thought, man, I didn't know what I saw back then.
Well, that's true. Look, everybody gets to ramp up, but I'm glad you're there now. And it's thank you, sir.
We call that the Sawmill Tour.
Yeah, yes, we do. Yeah, I'm not sure,
Sawmill and Saw Gravy.
That's it. So thank you. Let's go to Charles in Alabama. Charles, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
How about it, fellas? How y'all doing?
We're good. We're good.
Me and a bunch of guys from little old town in South Alabama put on a bull riding every year. This will be our second one, and we're doing a fundraiser to raise money for our local congregations.
I'm not speaking there, Emma.
Hey there. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's cool. But we do a fundraiser to raise money for a bunch of local churches who are struggling.
Mm-hmm.
And we were wondering if we can get the Spurmaster to come speak at our event.
You just need to, just reach out to my agency. And
he's represented by the hickory chip.
Yeah. Hey, go down. What you do is you go down there to the hickory chip and you want to talk to Martha. And tell her that when I come in there that I need to call you. And you just leave the message. And when I come to the chip, I'll call you. But no, if you want Gary, email me and I'll get you in touch with Gary. Okay? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate you calling. Let's go to Dexter. Dex is in Missouri. Dexter, go ahead.
Dexter.
Hey, I'm in Meridian, Mississippi, and I was just calling to see if you guys saw Anthony Rizzo for the Cubs strike out Freddie Freeman last night. I had the choice of watching stand-up comedy with Biden or the ball game, and I chose the ball game.
Well, that's good.
You know, I didn't. What happened?
Great moment last night. Speedy brought it up in the kickoff hour. Great story if you hadn't seen it. Braves were up 10-0, and I stopped watching it. And this is why you don't stop watching games.
Yep.
It's so bad the Cubs have to go to their first baseman, Rizzo, to pitch. Lefty. Freeman comes up. Freeman's already had a good night, hit a home run, obviously part of that 10 runs. But he strikes Freeman out, the MVP. Rizzo strikes him out, and they start laughing at each other. And just it's a great moment. He can't believe it.
We're looking at it right now. He's like, wow, I just got struck out by the first base.
Sure.
Yeah, they get pretty tickled.
Yeah.
It was a curveball that was about 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
The fact he could throw it, though.
I know.
Had a little movement on it.
It was a little nasty.
Let's go to Jerry in
You know,
Tennessee.
the pitching coach today's going,
Yeah, right. Yeah. Jerry, go ahead. Jerry?
Yes. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's sort of a throwback question to you, Rick.
Okay.
I remember listening to your show several years ago. I forget whether it was a Mother's Day or Father's Day that you had baby dedication at your church. Well, in that same service, there was a gentleman that had turned 101 years old. And he told a story that he had just bought a new car and had gotten an extended warranty on the car.
Yeah, no, that's right.
I was kind of wondering whether or not you got to enjoy that extended warranty.
Yeah, I think he went on in at like 103. I think he lived 2 additional years.
Wow.
Which is funny. I'd forgotten about that.
Well,
that
you know
is
what?
funny.
I guarantee he was well prepared.
Yes.
Because that is a well prepared. That's what the generation before us did. They had everything planned out and covered and did it right.
The funniest thing about that man is when in our Sunday school class they were talking about trying to take meals to him when he was getting toward the end. And he said, I know some of you are thinking that, he has children, but you have to understand his son is 80-something years old. He can't do it.
How about that?
Wow. We have to help his children because they're in their 80s. Let's go to Jane in Huntsville.
Jane.
100.3 The River. Jane, go ahead.
Good morning, Rick and Bubba.
How about it?
Last night I listened to the whole hour from Biden, and I'm sorry, it was just a bunch of lies. In my opinion, a lot of the stuff he said. You know, let's get people back to work. How do you don't get them back to work when you're giving them free money?
Well, keep in mind now, they they paid people to stay out of work.
Right.
Now they want money to put people back to work.
Unbelievable.
I'm trying to connect the dots here on this.
Well, I think he's counting on these jobs, like you said, Bubba, that he's created. I think he's counting the people that are getting a check from the government.
Rick, I'll tell you something
They're not working.
else, too.
Look at the signs out there.
The day he went in, he had 3 vaccines on the table that had just come out, just been approved, and he pretty much took credit. I mean, I know, I remember, and I know a lot of people didn't like the way that Trump took credit for everything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Biden took credit for the whole vaccine program last night. Never one acknowledgement.
He had nothing to do with
Look,
it.
the heavy lifting was done before Biden got there. All he had to do is pass it out.
No doubt.
And they have passed it out. And good. We're getting people vaccinated. It's never fast enough. You could always do better, but we are getting people. I give them credit for that.
Yeah.
But realize day one you showed up, they were ready to go.
Write this down and date it. God forbid, and I'm not saying that there will be. I pray there's not. But God forbid there be some kind of long-term issue with the vaccines. I promise you the credit he's taking right now and the Democrats are taking will go away, and they will say, well, this is what Trump did when he rushed all this stuff to market.
You're right.
So that's how it works. You take credit for what you think's working, and then you blame another administration for what you think doesn't work. Yeah, I bet you they won't stick with that credit if anything bad starts coming.
They'll punt that thing like it's 4th and 15.
And whose fault will it be?
Yeah, that'd be the Trumpster.
Why, we rushed it. Warp speed was wrong. But right now, warp speed is the Democrats' idea, apparently.
They changed the name of it.
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll continue with your phone calls coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. We're back. We thank you for being with us. We're taking your phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So let's go to Elizabeth out of Childersburg, Alabama. Elizabeth, thank you for your patience. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. How are you today?
Good. How are you guys?
Fired up. We're fired up and ready.
I just wanted to tell y'all that this year, for Mother's Day, is the first year since 2006 that I am excited to go to church. I go to church on a normal basis, but Mother's Day is always an extreme struggle for me due to losing my best friend, my mom, in 2006. But I found out yesterday while I was looking on our church Facebook page that, Rick, you will be at our church revival center on Mother's Day, and I just wanted to tell y'all that I am so excited. I'm excited to be looking forward to actually going to church on Mother's Day. I have kids, but it's just, it's just that struggle.
Yeah, I understand.
So I just wanted to let y'all know that I'm very, very excited.
I'm excited.
At Revival Center.
Well, thank you. I'm excited too. You and I found out about it about the same time.
Wow. Hey, don't forget, please.
No, it's all good. We got it all worked out, and I'm looking forward to being there and excited about the message that God's going to give to all of us. So thanks a lot, and I look forward to seeing you there. And I bet you saw it. Your church is marketing it pretty good.
Yeah, they have. That's incredible.
Well, thank you for that. Let's continue. Let's go to Mark out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Mark, go.
Hi, guys. Listen up here for a second. Back a few weeks ago, y'all had Dana Perino on there, and y'all was talking about the election being stolen and everything. Mike Lindell, and they did steal the election, and things are fixing to come out when they open up their own media. Trump and them get their own media set up and everything. Things are fixing to change, guys. Y'all stay in prayer and keep your head up because things are fixing to happen.
What's the new date on that?
Timeout, Rick. Yeah, timeout and hold.
No, we're not
stop
trolling.
the
It's
train.
good.
But I want a timeout anyway. Mark, what is the date, or what are we going to see? Help me out with it.
So Brett, help us.
Brett, Mark.
Well, I'm just saying, there's something going on because, those small wins that they had in the flyover states, that wasn't right.
All right, so no, that's not what Bubba asked.
Yeah,
Bubba,
but what's going to come out?
Tell us what's going to happen.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. This is only my personal opinion. When it comes out how bad that they stole the election, then we the people, we need to stand up and not let the government put a president in there that we didn't vote for.
So when will it come out?
Trump needs to be put back in the office, and we the people's got to take back our country.
So when will the moment happen?
I believe soon as Trump gets their own media set up, I believe is when something's going to really start opening people's eyes.
Well, Mark, let me go back here. You said that there's going to be proof that the election was stolen. What proof are we going to see? And under our current laws, how do you think that will be resolved? What will be the remedy? Or how do you get to the remedy you said?
The Supreme Court's got a rule on it. Chief Justice John Roberts has got a rule on it. And quit being scared to do anything about it.
But Mark, look, I'm trying to be accommodating here on this, but the Chief Justice in the Supreme Court can't just rule because somebody said. You have to have a case. It has to make its way up through the courts.
Right. When you've got 300, when you've got like 50,000 more people vote in a county that ain't, the population wasn't even that high. And that's just about in every flyover state in the country.
Mark,
where are we getting this?
I don't think that's
Mark,
true. Mark,
here's the problem too, though. The Supreme Court could look at a county, and if you had just overwhelming evidence, they would say, "Well, the election's already been certified.
Right.
We don't have the ability to overturn that now."
Mark,
I mean, they follow, and they look, and I understand you're wanting them in your mind to do the right thing, but that isn't how the Supreme Court works. They rule on cases brought before them that have merit, and what we saw in this time and time again, that if the merit of a case in front of them would not completely change the outcome of the election, which one state can't,
right?
They won't take it. They won't rule on it.
Right, and you can't go like.
Well, I'm not saying that's right, Mark, but I'm just saying it's the way it is.
You can't just go up to a Supreme Court and say there was a county somewhere in the flyover states that more people voted than even lived in the county, and then what they're going to say is, do you have the documentation of that? And then, as Bubba said, if it has no impact on the election, it's not going to.
What about the legislators not doing their job, and then these people, the governors and everything, making up laws and changing mail-in votes, and you can vote 20 days.
Right. Well, we've already talked about all that. That's all.
It's pretty much been litigated. And the Supreme Court said, look, the state of, you fill in the blank, okay, Pennsylvania gets to cast so many votes. Pennsylvania is going to decide how they did it and who votes and whatever. We're not going to get into it. I mean, that's what they said.
Yeah, I would just.
I tell you what, guys, we're living in perilous times, brothers. We got to pray and pray hard because this is not looking good for the country.
Well, yeah, I mean,
even though, Mark, what you're saying, if it was true, right, there is no system now to replace and take Joe Biden out.
Yeah,
the Supreme Court has no authority to do that.
I would just say there's what we preferred. Some of us do. I prefer this administration? I do not. But you gotta. If some of y'all really honestly think that there's some date out there that President Trump's going to be put back in as president, I'm just going to tell you, as your friend,
it ain't happening, guys.
You got to let that go.
And it doesn't matter what you think the evidence is; it ain't going to happen. Now, here's what you can do: you can't look back, look forward. Find out how you can get the vote out better for the midterm election for the candidates that you support their policies. That's what you need to put your effort in, because everything else, Mark, sadly, is a waste of your time, and I'm telling you that as a friend.
Yeah, we need to concentrate on the midterm elections coming up. And I know what you're going to say, but what if my vote doesn't count and they can just rig them? I got all that. I'm not.
Well, let me tell you how they won't have to rig it. That is, if you don't go vote.
Right. So I
make them have to really work.
I would let the Trumps coming back after his new media. I'd let that go.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. Wheel of Meat has spun. Vic's Mama's Mouth is closed. So those two things, if you were waiting around on either one of those, that window has now closed. But again, next week, Wheel of Meat will be back. We'll be back, so Lord willing. HelloFresh.com, how about this? We're excited to point you to this great product. And if you got a chance, you probably saw Adler and his wife. They were using this. Helmsy talking about how great it was at their house. We all love it. And HelloFresh handles all the shopping and meal planning for you. All you have to do is choose from over 25 chef-created recipes every week. Now, they do have, Carb Smart, if you're into that, the one-pan, family-friendly, even vegetarian. I mean, if that's your thing, you can make that happen. So once it comes to the door, if you want it to still be contact-free, if you're still bothered about that, you can do that. But anyway, it's got fresh, pre-portioned ingredients sourced directly from growers, easy-to-follow recipe cards. It takes about 20 minutes to do these meals, and the meals are fantastic, and it's about 28% cheaper than the local grocery store. So, and they do all the shopping for you, and the meal planning's done. But you still prepare them. But in about 20 minutes, you get them on the table. Also, if you have kids, what a great way and a fun way for them to learn how to cook, and that'll serve them well. Right now, we have a special. It's a limited time. You get 12 free meals, plus you get free shipping. If you go to HelloFresh.com and use our promo code BUBBA, that's 12 free meals plus free shipping with the promo code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com. There's a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So I didn't realize this. 27 years ago today, Mel Kiper Jr. criticized the Colts because I remember when they picked Trev Alberts, the linebacker, over quarterback Trent Dilfer. So somebody, Adam Scheffner, put out on Twitter that his work partner had captured Colts general manager Bill, is it Tobin?
Yeah.
Tobin.
Is
Tobin.
it Tobin?
Commenting on whether he cared what Mel Kiper had to say about his draft pick. So here it is 27 years ago.
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? Here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
I didn't realize
he had enough of Mel Kiper, hadn't he?
I didn't realize that Mel Kiper was sitting there listening to him say that
the whole time.
Oh, that's so.
Was
good.
he on the set, or was he just at a different location?
No, he was on the set. Yeah.
That is good.
We talked about that. He's kind of got a point, especially then. What day did Mel Kiper decide, hey, I just know about the draft? He's done a great job, making a living at it.
Oh, yeah.
But who decided one day, that Mel Kiper guy, he's got this draft thing figured out?
Well, at least now he's got 27 years of experience behind him.
Yeah.
But how did this guy turn out, this quarterback? This linebacker. I don't remember him playing.
I remember Trev Alberts as a commentator. Didn't he call games?
I think so.
It seemed somebody, I
don't think it was a flop.
Because I remember, I'm thinking about the Jets. Never mind. The Jets, I remember that time that somebody made the comment, do the Jets not have the concept of what the draft's all about?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Oh, the Jets fans hate every pick they make. I can't remember one they were excited about.
But if I remember the linebacker, but you have to understand, and I had this happen to me even in my hometown, there was a linebacker that played at the high school that I played at, and he was very, very, very good. And he decided that he would go to a college and play, but he's a linebacker.
Right.
So if I didn't watch that college play every week, you don't really see a lot of reports on linebackers in the paper and stuff like that. And I actually asked somebody the other day, hey, how did their career go? And they were like, fantastic. He was a starter there and played like crazy. But I didn't know about it because I wasn't a fan of that team. So when someone says, how did that linebacker go that y'all picked? Sometimes that's a little harder to trace than how did the quarterback do, the running back, the receiver, whatever. But I guess, I don't know. I think he did all right. And I think even that one the Jets got a hard time about turned out to be a pretty good player.
O'Brien, wasn't that the quarterback when they were trying to get him?
That
was one of them. I remember
they picked a linebacker, and everybody gave him a hard time. And then I think I heard somebody say, "Well, everybody forgets that linebacker actually turned out to be a great player for the Jets." But anyway, I don't know. But that is hilarious.
But Rick, the Jets fans seem like they boo every pick like it's the worst one in the world.
But watching Mel Kiper Jr. have to sit and listen to that on me, I like that a lot. But he makes a good point. I thought Mel Kiper actually had some credentials. I didn't realize this is just some guy that decided he'd start talking about the draft.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
I guess he just studied it or covered it a lot, and I don't know. I don't know how he became an expert, to be honest.
Well, he's on ESPN doing that, so he had some credentials or had worked his way up from somewhere. But it's like everything else; it's his opinion. He's just giving you what he thinks,
right?
Which is fine. But the Colts guys not used to, and this was kind of in the early days of ESPN. They probably were not used to people questioning them at that level and getting in their face and then causing other people to question them because they said that.
Yeah, this is a little different because it's draft picks, but I guess you could do this. But we've talked about many times here is you never hear these so-called sports experts, the guys who have never really coached or run a team or played the sport or anything. You don't have to play the sport to know it, but you probably, but these other areas, are helpful. But, you never hear them come back on their show when they talk about on Monday and say, well, boy, I really messed that up. When they have the wrong picks and they're going to tell you what's going to happen.
Get a whole lot of that.
Even the ones who are really good at it and have the shows, when you see what their record is for the season, it's not as good as – I mean, they may have a winning percentage, but it's not blistering like 90% like you think it would be.
Well, and Mel got taught a little lesson too, and of course, Greg, you remember Dad would say the same thing about so-called sports experts when they would say, well, Coach, this is just my job. And he's like, no, I got it. It's your job. But it's that doesn't mean I don't have a right to not like you for it.
Yeah. I disagree.
Yeah. This is not like I'm going to come on your show now. Well, I have a right to say, I don't want to be on your show after you trash me. Well, I'm just doing my job. Yeah, well, so am I. I mean, that you got a right to do it, but that doesn't mean that I don't have the right to not like it or say I disagree with you. Or,
I can have an opinion on your opinion.
Right, sure. We all can have opinions. And
they're like belly buttons.
Right.
Everybody's got one.
Well, and other things.
Well, most everybody.
Yeah, most everybody.
Unless you're a lizard person.
Right. So the draft is tonight?
Yes.
Tonight.
And I'm a little interested because most years, now we know Trevor Lawrence is locked for number one, but after that, we don't know. It's
kind of a toss-up.
It is. That third pick's going to be the one to look at.
And the Justin Fields thing about the epilepsy is going to – how's that going to play in?
In the color of his skin.
Right.
Yeah. Don't forget.
I mean, you gotta look at that.
Devontae Smith being smaller than they thought.
Right.
I mean, is he going to drop?
Max Kellerman, he's already told you.
Max Kellerman told us that all week.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which is unbelievable to me that we're discussing that at all.
What if we had to spend time with Max Kellerman?
We'd probably end up in a scuffle.
We would.
Yeah. But
he'd get tired of us
I won't
telling
watch
how
a lot
goofy
of
he is.
it, but I'll watch the first 5 or 6 picks.
Yeah, it'll
I may
be
watch
good.
the first 10.
I usually give it 10 to 12, and then I'm out.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I want to see how
there's
these
always
quarterbacks work
there's
out.
controversy in those first 15 picks.
Yeah, I want to see how the quarterbacks. What's funny though, you got the Jets. Here we go again. Was it 3 years ago they got Sam Darnold? Hey, here it is. We've got our quarterback of the future, and they 3 years into it, and they've done traded him, and now they're back on the clock to get another quarterback.
Right.
The Jets never have
whoever's
the
been
very
picking theirs
first
needs to
pick,
get a different one.
but they've always got like the second or third. Have you noticed?
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is Sam Darnold. He's our man.
Hey, man, Trent Dilfer won the Super Bowl.
Trent, he traveled around, finally ended up with the Ravens and won a Super Bowl. But, that was the team that the defense carried. It wasn't because of him, but he got him there. Look, but he handled the ball on every play, and he did what he had to do.
I will tell you this. I really believe that Ravens team that year, and Bubba and I, we were both there. We were at that Super Bowl. I really believe that Ravens team, there's very few quarterbacks at NFL quality, okay? Because you got to be pretty good to even play for anybody in the NFL. I think you could have gone to all teams and taken any quarterback, put it on that team, and they would have still won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just any pro caliber quarterback.
Yeah. You just couldn't mess up. He just had to execute. That's all.
Right. I mean, if you've only got to score like 10 points a game and win.
Yeah.
I mean,
and your defense is going to get 7.
Are we going to have that uncomfortable moment tonight where Mac Jones is supposed to be taken in the top 5, and then he just keeps doing like Brady Quinn did that time?
Sliding down,
and then you start feeling sorry for him. And
I think he may go higher than what they think.
Well, they got him at 3, so I don't know how much more higher you can go.
Stuff up in there.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 10 minutes to the top. Thanks for being with us. 866 We Be Big is the number. 27 years. Still here, baby. Still throwing punches. Going down swinging. And glad to be here. And in the 27 years, a lot of different things have developed, including this classic. And that's not it.
That's a classic, but that ain't it, Rick.
Not it.
Wrong setup.
This one right there.
Yeehaw and hey! It's time for your favorite part of the show. We call it It's a Country Song or It Ain't. With the wildest wranglers this side of the Mason-Dixon, Country Boy Rick and his buddy, Bubba.
Thank you, Arlene. Here we go. 866 We Be Big, a Rick and Bubba classic. Country. And a true country song title or one that Bubba just made up, do you think you can discern? Remember, this is country music, so it may be more difficult than it may on the surface appear. So Bubba will read to you 3 potential titles. It may be a real country song or maybe it ain't. And then if you can get 3 of these in a row correct, you can pick whatever you want from the Rick and Bubba store, and we'll send it right to you.
Rick, also, we love our country music listeners,
Oh,
but
my goodness, that goes without
you know they've got some titles out there now. They'll even admit that.
Yeah, let me see here. I'm going to investigate something.
Do you need an investigation?
I'm going to look and see if we got everything on it. Yeah, here we go. All right, so it's been a while, Bubba. So got to get on my
digging deep.
Let me see if I got everything I need here. So are we wrong answer?
Yeah.
Right. Listening to us, how long, Melanie?
Well, since the 90s, early 90s. So,
Early 90s.
Yeah, I believe I was listening even before Bubba became a regular because I listened to Q104.
I got you. And all of a sudden, here we came. Here comes the morning extravaganza, followed by the Rick and Bubba show. All right, so
Bubba and his buddy, the Alabama's Last Outlaw.
That's the one. And here's a new news person, Sherry Bodine. So what do you know how to play, Melanie? Please, as a veteran, you don't need this explained to you, right?
I don't think so. I haven't played anything in a good long while, but maybe I remember.
All right, so you just say country song if you think it's really a country song, and then you say it ain't if you don't. If you miss one, you're eliminated. If you get it right, you keep going. If you get 3 of them, you can pick anything you want from the Rick and Bubba store, and we'll send it to you.
Okay.
All right, you ready? Here we go. Title number 1.
I don't want your body if your heart's not in it. Country song or it ain't?
Country song.
You are correct. It is.
All right. I'm ready to get started. All right, here we go, Melanie. Got the first one right. Here's title number 2.
She's leaving now. I'll pay later. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
You are correct. It's not.
Look at Melanie go. We're going to have a winner right out of the gate. Melanie, it's now for the all-important. This is the win or lose right here. Title number 3.
I forgot how bad my good woman could be. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to say it is.
You are correct.
Yeah, that right there. Well, congratulations.
An old pro.
You got it. So you pick anything you want from the Rick and Bubba store. You may already have in your mind what you want. And if you do know, then just simply tell Harry Murdahl, and we'll send it right to you, okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Oh, look, you proved that you really are a veteran. Oh, gosh, I just lost it. Melanie, call us back after it's over. I lost Melanie.
Sorry.
Fumble fingers, giant fingers. So anyway, Melanie, we lost you, but call back. You're not going to get in now.
That means you lose.
It'll be top of the hour. So just call us at top of the hour. Yeah. Let's go to Louisville, Kentucky, where Patrick is standing by. Patrick, welcome to the Rick and Bubba show. Do you know how to play country song or it ain't?
I do.
You do. All right. My goodness, I wasn't ready for that.
Oh, boy.
So here we go. Here comes title number 1.
Such a long memory for such a short skirt. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to go with it is.
I'm sorry, it's not.
So set that one down. I worried that Melanie got on base so easy, and it seemed to just she scored.
Them leadoff hitters, sometimes you're not loose.
No, you're right. So let's go now to anyone calling from Nashville should just win this thing.
I mean,
away.
it ought to be a slam.
It ought to just be a walk away. All right, so let's go to Jennifer in Nashville. Hey, Jennifer, how are you?
Good morning. Put some pressure on me.
Well, look, you're calling from the home of the Country Music Hall of Fame. So I mean, the Grand Ole
Make 'em
Opry.
easy.
You can see
Make 'em easy for me,
you
Bubba.
can see the Grand Ole Opry. All right, here we go. Title number one.
I can.
I bet you can. All right, here you go. Go ahead.
The peach I picked in Georgia didn't cling to me for long. Country song or day?
It ain't.
You're correct. It's not.
Okay, all right, here we go. Here we go, Music City. All right, title number two.
I fell in a pile of you and got love all over me. Country song or it ain't?
I'm gonna say it is.
You are correct. It is.
Look at you go. Jennifer, I want you to stare at that Grand Ole Opry as we hear title number three.
I flushed you from the toilets of my heart. Country song or it ain't?
I'm gonna say it is.
You are correct. It is.
You gotta be kidding me. I didn't think that was a real. Well, you
tossed the slider down and away and punched it down and made a little hit out of it.
Unlike Melanie, I'm going to try not to hang up on you.
You get it out there, bud.
Spit it out there, Chuck. All right, so Big Finger's just putting you on hold. And just tell Harry Murdahl what you want from the Rick and Bubba store, and we'll send it right to you, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thanks for listening. We put some pressure on her, and she handled
came
it.
through.
She handled
She
it
did
fine.
good. She
All
did
right,
good.
so let's now go. All right, more pressure here. Doesn't mean you know a lot about country music, but you should know a lot about the show, meaning you may have heard some of these. Kenzie is calling out of Gadsden, listening on Z93. Kenzie, how you doing?
Yes, sir. Doing good this morning. How y'all?
Well, fantastic. Are you ready for Country Song or it ain't?
I'm going to try.
All right, here we go. Title number one.
I spent my last $10 on birth control and beer. Country song or it ain't?
That's pretty good.
No way.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh, wow. I didn't think
Down goes Kenzie.
Yep.
Let's go to, let's look at South Carolina. Robert is standing by. Robert, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, sir?
I'm great. How about yourself?
You ready to play?
I am.
All right, here we go. Title number one.
I never had the one I wanted. Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
I'm sorry, it is.
Oh, boy. I got solved.
Thanks to Ernest Tubbs for that one.
Houston, Texas. The last one is Tony. Tony in Houston, you ready?
I am ready, sir. I don't know how I'm going to follow up all that fun, but let's give it a shot.
Title number one.
I think I'll drink myself into the past. Country song or it ain't?
I'm going to say it is.
You are correct. It is.
All right, title number two. Title number two.
I want to whip your cow. Country song or it ain't?
Golly, that's good.
Golly.
I want to whip your cow.
I'm going to have to say yes, it is.
You are correct. It is.
One more time, Houston. Let's go, Tony.
Come on, here we go.
Title number three.
If fingerprints showed up on skin, wonder whose I'd find on you.
Oh.
Country song or it ain't?
It ain't.
I'm sorry, it is.
You're phony.
He's up and standing.
Doggone it, Tony, you were right there. Two winners today. Melanie, call us back. We hung up on. Did you find Melanie, Harry? Melanie, call back yet? Melanie, call back. Harry Murdahl's looking for you. We got to get you your prize. Two winners today. Congratulations to them both. The ladies won today. All ladies. Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a good day. Got more Rick and Bubba. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That works. 6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, the show that's been around 27 years, mainly because you listened to it and thought you said, that's not that bad. I mean, they're not great, but I mean... Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Bubba is in the mix. Eddie Van Adler's got it like he likes it. As we all get ready to roll into another hour, we thank you for being with us. You can reach us at the number I just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we will be chatting with you again this hour. And as I mentioned, there's Bubba. There's Bubba.
Yeah, about you, man.
Well, it's hard to believe, but as we've said in the society in which we now live, the word shame no longer exists. And, if there's ever been a time to feel good about yourself compared to others, now's the time to do it. But I don't think I've really ever seen anything quite like Hunter Biden. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody quite like Hunter Biden. Have you? I mean, it's
Rick, the man has a picture of him laying there with a crack pipe in his mouth, and he's passed out.
Yeah.
He claims he don't know whether that's a computer or not because he was so tore up he don't remember. That's how he answers it.
Yeah.
Unreal.
And he has been involved in shady deals all over the world.
Yeah.
And
every president has had that person that gave them a handle.
Oh, yeah.
You remember with Bill Clinton, it was Roger Clinton, his little brother.
Yep.
Billy Carter.
Billy
had his own beer.
Yeah. Jimmy Carter had Billy Carter. He was always into something. And, there's been a bunch of them. Well, Hunter Biden is that person for Joe Biden. I mean, he's been under controversy from day one. And now, Rick, you think that maybe Hunter Biden would take the traveling Hunter Biden show to the house.
Yeah, I mean, he's back to the people. You go, you did it. You
may remember
out of
jail. He's got a new son. He's got to finance. You remember the one with the stripper? He denied. Yeah. And but now he's been given a job. And again, Rick, this is where you think shame just has no end to where it will go. He has now been given a teaching job at Tulane University.
No, he has not.
Where he is going to be teaching a course on media polarization and the cancel culture.
And guys,
he's going to?
Right, Tulane. This
media
ain't
polarization.
like Pine Knob Community College.
Like what?
Pine Knob Community College. Tulane is considered a very high academic school.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Tulane has hired Hunter Biden. How does that ever go across the desk? Somebody say, "Yeah, that sounds good."
Yeah, sign him up.
Hey, you know what you would think it was if I was there. Let's say I'm whoever makes these decisions, and the person walks in and says, "What do you think about Hunter Biden teaching class here?" I mean, it would take.
Rick, was he got to be there early? I hope not.
And then I would just
come in at noon.
I would have just kept laughing and said, "Where you want to go to lunch? That's a good one."
That's funny.
Yeah, but they've approved it.
Well,
he's actually going to.
Let's look at
his on the faculty.
Let's look at his credentials for doing this. He's had a rocky personal past. He's had controversial overseas business dealings, and he has shared DNA with the President of the United States. That's about it.
That'll about do it.
That's
the latter being by far and away the most important.
I think you're right.
I think if you'll look into those connections at Tulane, you got a hey, help me out, buddy deal.
But I'm kind of like Rick,
I think he's trying to give him something to do to keep him out of trouble.
Maybe that's it. Because I'm like Rick. I would be going, Hunter. Won't you please just stay out of the public. Just quit doing interviews.
Yep.
When you claim you were so high, you don't know where your computer was.
Charlie Kirk wrote, "In case you needed more proof that college is a waste of time and money, here it is. Hunter Biden is joining the faculty at Tulane to teach a class on fake news."
Rick, get that look right there. There's your teacher.
Well, I mean, it is a college. I mean, there's all
fit right in.
A representative from Colorado suggested that the younger Biden teach students how to skirt around gun laws, calling it a subject he has a great deal of experience
in.
in.
Here it just goes on and on.
I don't know if he needs to be hanging out with a college kid. He'll get to partying.
This could be trouble.
They document again the two CBS interviews that we saw that the laptop could be his, and it could have been stolen.
Well, did you say he didn't know whether it was or not?
Yeah.
Could have.
And he also claimed the intelligence community had determined that the reports on the laptop contents by the New York Post were based on Russian disinformation. That of course, was proven to be a false statement.
Yes. Fact check.
So here comes Hunter Biden, the new professor.
Here he comes.
How would you like to look on your list and stroke a check for that class? You know they don't give those classes away.
Oh no! Well, look, and there'll be a bunch of people just rush to it. Can't wait.
Can't wait. Hunter Biden. I will tell you something. I
bet every drug dealer in Louisiana is excited about this.
It's almost like he's a Clinton. I mean, the way he can just nothing. There's no you can't lay a hand on it.
He's Teflon, Rick.
I mean, he floats like a butterfly and stings like
Teflon.
a. Well.
The incident Bubba was referring to about the child when it was proven that he was the father. Helms, you reported that. Was it it wasn't Trump's Twitter, but it was his campaign. Anyway, they congratulating Biden on being a new grandfather on the Twitter.
On the new grandson.
Well, of course, Biden had denied it. Hunter
Sure.
had denied it the whole time, and then was eventually forced into court to giving a test. And guess what? It was his.
Well, remember, the Hunter Bidens of the world, no matter what you're accusing them of, that they know they did, it's instinctively that they say they didn't do it.
No,
Well, and
I
Rick
didn't.
passionately denied. I mean, it's like you can't. It's just absolutely ridiculous that you're even bringing this up.
You know, we got all your information here on this laptop. Is this your laptop? I mean, it could be.
And it also couldn't be.
But again, it could not be. I mean, what is your definition of laptop?
So now he will
What's
he will
ownership
have to
mean?
financially support the child and its mom, Cheyenne.
Now appearing on stage 3.
Greg.
Dallas. It's Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it was?
Oh, sorry.
Just a joke.
Sorry about that. So anyway.
Tulane University.
That's it.
The green wave.
Looking
wave,
good.
It's more like a blue wave.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Hunter Biden, based on his past, and hopefully he's got his act together, but we don't know that yet. He will take the green wave and turn it into a purple haze.
That's right. Picture him at graduation when the faculty members are up there with their robes on. Picture him up there, looking good.
You know what, though? I've been in classes before. I don't know that he's the biggest idiot to ever teach a college.
That's a good point, by the way, Rick. In fact, he may have found something he can do.
I heard some pretty idiotic people, the ones I remember. Look, Bubba, you want to?
There were some that were very good, in my opinion.
No question.
There was some
Gosh,
that was
yeah.
less desirable, in my opinion.
Right.
That's a good way to put it.
If I get to pass out grades.
Right.
Have you seen those websites now where the college kids rate professors? And seen some of that. It's pretty fun.
No, I would have loved to participate in that.
Well, I mean, now with social media, they set up a site and they give the teachers a grade how they did.
I know we talked about it a lot of times, but I still think it was the only class Greg and I had together ever. I still think that most fun we ever had was that theater teacher. We were in intro to theater, just trying to find a way to get a grade.
Oh yeah.
And he thought he was going to thrill us with how he was a world traveler, and I kept ruining it by claiming I'd been everywhere he'd been.
He'd asked if anybody had been there, and Rick said he had. And then he told us he thought he'd been reincarnated, that he lived around the turn of the century or something.
And what did I say?
I think you told you'd been reincarnated too.
No, I looked at him. I said, I knew I recognized you.
That's what it was. That's what it was.
And I think that was when I was asked to be removed.
Rick, I kept going to that class even though I had dropped out of college, hadn't told anybody because we were having so much fun in there.
I know we were having a blast. Bubba, every time. Anybody here ever been to? My hand would just go up. Anybody here ever been to Belgium? And my hand would go up in the back.
Had a great waffle there. It's unbelievable.
Yes, I did. The waffles are fantastic. We'll come back. 866 We Be Big is our number. We'll take your phone calls next. We haven't done a phone troll today. There's been a few moments I wish we had, but we will do a phone troll next. That means we're going to cut the calls down to 30 seconds. We're going to open all 10 lines. You can talk about whatever you want to. It'll be easier to get in. Then we'll move the line quicker and get more of you on. Comments and questions coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. There's the troll music. So here comes the phone troll music. That means the lines have been opened up, 10 strong. Looks like we've got three of them are available now. The other 7 are full and ready. But even with 7 ahead of you, the buzzer is going to start moving in pretty quick as we go to the phone troll. So let's start with Drew.
Hey, buzzer.
Drew is out of Oxford, Alabama. Drew's listening to us. Go ahead, buddy. Welcome to the program.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. How y'all?
We're fine, buddy.
I was just wondering, is it just me, or do y'all think that if Joe Biden was in good health and wasn't 107 years old, do you think Kamala Harris would be vice president? I think she's just waiting on that banana peel to slip so she can step on in there.
Well, I mean, if you ever want to be president, being Joe Biden in his current state, being his VP, you're sitting pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, that's dare I say, a quicker and easier way to get there.
Yeah. Let's go to Jason Gardendale, 104.7 WZZK. Jason, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, gentlemen. I just wanted to inform you of the greenest ruler there ever was. If you happen to know him, it was actually Genghis Khan. He had a sweeping green initiative, and it just involved scrubbing 40 million people from the planet.
Yeah, look, he took care of that.
And adding a lot of fertilizer.
He was the most committed to the depopulation movement I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, serious.
Well, it was estimated he scrubbed 70 million tons of carbon from the atmosphere.
How about that? He got it done, didn't he?
Wow.
Let's go to, how about Ted out of Clay, Alabama. Ted, let's roll.
Good morning. Hey, so, Tim McGraw is for gun control, which surprised me, but he also now has a song called Undivided, which basically tells Christians to stop telling people about church and to stop saying work is good. I question Tim McGraw's conservatism. And listen, I am a boycotter, and so Tim, you've lost me. I can't listen to you anymore.
Well, let me go ahead and tell you straight up. Tim McGraw is not conservative at all. I don't think he ever has been. He's just been a little more vocal about it now. I've never thought of him as conservative.
I'd have to say I agree with you. I've never had him in that camp. I mean, he's been down home good old boy, but I didn't have him in
just
that
because
camp
he wears
at
a cowboy hat and tight jeans doesn't mean he's conservative.
No.
He's going to have to wear less tight jeans if he's going to be against gun laws. Let's go to Brian. But that song, I've heard it. It makes me. It's oh my gosh, it's the silliest. I mean, it's just the fact that that's a country song. Brian in Dadeville. Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, this is. I was calling about. Y'all was talking about Hunter Biden. His subject is going to be for fake news. That's what they was talking about on Fox this morning.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. We mentioned that he's gonna teach people about the cancel culture and fake news, and there was another topic in there.
Yeah, the official title.
Polarizing of media, is
something like that. Yeah, it had an official title.
Yeah, it'd be like you hearing that Bubba and I are teaching a health food study group.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be, that really wouldn't be my strong suit, Rick, No,
let's go to Randy out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, go ahead.
Randy.
Hey, Biggins, how are y'all?
Fired up, loving it. Randy.
Hey, I'm not big into conspiracy theories, but when I switched over to the speech last night and saw peanut and jalapeno on a stick sitting behind Biden, I now believe.
He doesn't like that, Bubba.
I'm going to tell you.
We ain't got no band, Randy.
I watched a little bit of it when it started. And, first of all, we didn't have a lot of people there. But the ones that were there, they are some old, decrepit people. They had their mask on. Some of them could hardly walk.
I know.
They have been there so long.
Some of these on the trough on both sides, Republican and Democrat.
Goodness.
Maybe an independent here or there, if there is such a thing.
Like geriatric.
Need to roll that group over.
Greg, it's like, have you ever tried to take an old pig and move her out from the trough? I mean, she's just going to sit there and eat and eat and eat. You can't move them out.
She's going to resist, Rick.
You can't move it. These people, they love this government gig so bad, they just want to die sitting in one of them seats. You can't move them. And why we keep voting them over and over again is, I don't even understand.
And think about all the things they decide on how businesses are run and regulated, and most of them have never run a business.
You got a guy president right now, 47 years, he hasn't had a real job.
Exactly.
I don't know. What was in Scranton? 10 minutes.
Hey, Joey.
Mickey in Brantley, and this new thing of him whispering at us.
Yeah, I like that one.
Rick, that's all the air he's got.
You're right.
He's serious.
Mickey, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Come on, Mickey.
We're good.
Yeah, come on.
Just wanted to give a shout out to Marcel today. He's played football at Brantley, a great linebacker, strong young man, and I hope he does good.
Well, he's now a bare knuckle boxer.
He sure is.
And we'll be
Where
talking.
only the strong survive.
Right, and and I might let him take a go, have a go at me. Yeah, see where he's at.
Yeah, he was highly recruited out of Brantley, Alabama.
How about that? I wonder how many speeding tickets he got.
Oh boy, they'll get you.
Boy, they will. Let's go to Troy out of Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Troy, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just wanted to talk to you guys. Get so many call-ins from the Trump folks. And listen, I voted for Trump. Of course, Trump's better than Biden.
Of course.
But stop this stupidity that Trump's coming back, because he ain't coming back. Look around at America, people. Look at the TV shows. Look at the commercials. Look at the movies. Look at Disney Plus. Look what they're going for. The liberals own it. We need to stop focusing so much, and we got to get a certain politician in there. What they need to do is they need to tune into your
show,
man,
because it's great and I love it. And I listen and watch every day.
And what you're saying is, and this has always been true, that the cause and the movement and the principles are much bigger than any candidate, and I do believe that.
No doubt. Ken in Prattville, welcome to the program. Listen to I-92. Go ahead.
Yeah, what do you call Kamala and Pelosi sitting there with masks on?
No way I'm letting that go.
No, that's a smart decision.
But I'm gonna tell you this.
They look so goofy.
Guys.
Pelosi didn't look well. She looked like she was tired.
It's just so silly, the propaganda of these two women. They don't know how to sell a vaccine. They just don't. These two women are sitting there away from all the spread out people, that looks like a bunch of dinosaurs sitting out there, like Greg said, in the spread out room. The guy in front of them talking has had the vaccine. He's taking his mask off.
Rick, I wish he'd have left his on.
Yeah, all three of these people have had the vaccine, but yet they're sitting there in a room that's not even crowded, spread out.
With everybody else that's been vaccinated.
After they've had the vaccine, with everybody else who's had the vaccine, sitting there with two masks on. Y'all have the worst marketing. I know that you're really good at propaganda, indoctrinating people, and brainwashing people, but your marketing of products is just terrible.
Mm-hmm. And have you ever seen the elderly trying to fist pump?
Oh,
they were doing. He came down the aisle last night. They were trying. They were missing.
Air pumping.
One tried an elbow. He tried to go for the elbow. He fell over.
The elderly tried to fist pump. But it's y'all. This is just all so silly. It goes back to me talking about a fake world. There's no reason for Kamala Harris, the vice president and Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, to be sitting there with masks on. It's lunacy, and it's all just a bunch of fakeness. There's no. You can have walking around sense about this stuff. You need to be careful and do your thing. But some of it is just.
I just feel like I'm blue in the face, like a mask is starving me for oxygen. I can't say it anymore.
Listen, if three people who've had the vaccine in a spread out room, two of them has to sit there and still wear a mask.
It's a giant room, by the way, giant.
And still wear a mask, then you know what people look at the TV and go, well, I mean, the vaccine don't change anything. Yeah. I got to live the same way I lived before. And we've had some people, we'll talk about this, we got Fauci coming back. Fauci was asked directly, when can my kid play outside without a mask on? Of course, I want to tell the parent, whenever you allow them to. But
Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and we thank you for being with us. Gabi, G-A-B-I. What does that stand for, Rick? Get a better insurance. That's what that stands for. Burge, what do you mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean by that. You are likely, like the emails we get every other day, it seems now, you are likely paying more than you need to for your homeowners and your automobile insurance, because this is something that we rarely put a lot of thought in it. You know some agent that your daddy knew, or or your mama and them. That's who they used, and now his boys got the agency after daddy retired or passed on, and now you still dealing with them. You ain't checked the rate and compared it. Look, you have it. You want to get that automobile, so you just get the insurance they want you to get, and you just use the people you always have. And then when you needed to get your mortgage, you just said, well, let me call Billy's boy, and he'll get it, because my daddy dealt with Billy, and my granddaddy dealt with Billy Sr., and now I'm talking to Trey, Billy the Third. So why don't you actually go to Gabi.com/Bubba. It takes a few minutes, very few minutes, to put in your information on automobile and house. And then they will show you 40 other of the top brands of insurance that's out there. All the biggies will be there. Allstate, Farmers, State Farm, Travelers, Amica, Progressive, Nationwide. They'll all be there. And then you'll compare what you're paying for the exact same coverage, and you take the one that's the best. Mm-hmm. And if you've got the best, then great. Then Trey, Billy the Third, he did you right. If you've been overpaying, then Billy's been taking them vacations on you. So here's a letter that we got. This came from Cameron. He said, I've been hearing about Gabi.com/Bubba for some time now, but I'm just like No Hassle Rick. They call me No Hassle Cameron. I don't want to fool something like this. I'd rather have stomach problems than to deal with insurance, doctor's appointments, and online portals and waiting on the phone. So I was hesitant because I thought it was going to be a hassle. But I was glad I took the few minutes it took to fill out my car insurance. You know why? In a few minutes, I'm saving $115 a month. He was overpaying on his automobile insurance by $115 a month. He said, now I've saved myself $1,338 in a year. So I got myself a raise, so thank you, Rick and Bubba. You're welcome, No Hassle Cameron. Gabi.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So we mentioned earlier in the program us talking about Bubba and him playing in the Pro-Am coming up. We were updating you on that, and we're going through all that. And so Bubba talked about our rise to the Pro-Am over the years, that he, when we first started, would go and play on the – really, it was kind of the throwaway. This is the one where you tried to appease the media people that got shut out on the big day, and they'd let you come back and play after the tournament was over on Monday.
Thanks for promoting it.
Yeah, and I said – at the moment, that reminds me of Wayne Ball.
Yeah.
Because I remember Wayne Ball would always take y'all. Now, Wayne Ball, was he sales manager in the early days?
He actually did a air shift and did sales.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, both.
Yeah.
But
combo.
Wayne, we played in several tournaments together.
Mm-hmm.
He was
Wayne never saw a golf course he didn't like.
No.
Look, he could play golf now.
Yeah. Not a bad bowler either.
No.
When we had the Rick and Bubba bowling challenge that time with another, blowtorch country giant. And I remember we called him Wayne Bowling Ball during that one. Oh. But his boys called us.
Yeah, it looks like
David, Wayne Ball's boy just called in.
Yeah.
You hear us talking about your daddy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, Dad's always been pretty good at them recreational games, that's for sure.
I wouldn't have played him in billiards, I'll tell you that.
No.
You don't want to play him at pitching pennies, I'm telling you right now.
No, Wayne Ball pitch penny,
he grew
ping
up in
pong.
YMCA.
Oh, yeah. You don't want anything to do with ball on these little pickup recreational games. It's to eat your lunch.
Yeah.
So how's he doing?
Yeah.
Is he doing okay?
Dad's doing. He had a rough last year. He had some health issues. There we go. Yeah, he had some health issues where he'd already had 2 hip replacements, and he had to have 2 knee replacements. He had to have. He went through COVID. Had to have a pacemaker put in. It was touch and go there for a little while, but guys, now he's back, 70 years old, retired, and playing golf 4 days a week. He's fine. So everything's going good.
Wayne Ball living the life that every man wants to live.
2 new hips.
He's still my hero.
He is. You go, Wayne Bowling Ball. So
tell him we said hello.
Yeah, does he ever bring up the?
I sure will.
Because he was the early days. Early days.
Early days. He's told me stories about you, Rick, before you.
We gotta let you go, David. Gotta let you go. Wow, where does the time go?
David, good to hear from you.
What a long phone call this is. David, tell your daddy we said hello, buddy.
Sure will. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Sir, we got to get rid of you there. I'll let you go.
Back in the trench coat days.
No need to talk about PJ, pre-Jesus.
Cowboy hat and a trench coat.
Yeah, there he was.
Oh, my goodness.
Here comes that mullet.
Blazing mullet.
Look out, City. Look who's riding in.
He's got his Oakland Raider Tiger Stripe NFL workout pants. Yeah.
Look on the horizon.
Here he comes.
He's coming into our town.
That was last outlaw.
I'm never going to let you live down either. Almost pulling my ears off.
Yeah, well.
And his little friend, Kevin Calloway.
Uh-oh, he's got that other guy. We were what brought this up about playing the bowling is so when we first started out, I mean, we were guerrilla marketing. We would just wage war against any radio station that was going for advertising dollars or our listeners. I mean, we would go all out because we didn't have to really deal with syndication then. So we would just mark the crosstown rival and just attack.
Yes.
And so anything they would try to do, we'd turn it. Anything they do, we'd turn it. So we'd already done the thing where we got PETA on them about their possum promotion, and we would just make fun of them on air all every day, all day, and trying to get a rise because we were just trying to grab some market share. I mean, we were positioned.
No, the bowling happened before the possum.
Are you sure?
Yeah, because it was one of the very first things we did.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I remember that they attempted. They got mad about us making fun of them and about me making fun of them mainly. And they sent some fax. I remember this fax machine, and it had a bunch of innuendo about they were great bowlers. I don't know why anybody cares who can bowl.
Not sure.
Where we came from, no one ever said, "No, watch that guy. That's the bowler."
Yeah.
You know, he's the best bowler in the neighborhood. But anyway, to them in their little geek world, they thought that was a big deal. You know, because I'd play a little ball, and they thought they were a big deal because they could bowl. So anyway, so what happened is they send this fax in. And, of course, everything we did, we turned on them, everything. And so I got the facts, and I went on the air and claimed. I said, well, remember this, Bubba? I was reading it because Bubba had to try to hold it together when I would do it. I said, I'll tell you what this is. This is an attack against people who are physically handicapped. And, of course, everybody's like, how is he going to make this case? As some of you may or may not know, I was born club-footed. Which, by the way, is factually correct. It's factually correct.
Right.
Now I went on to play football and everything, so it didn't. And they had to break my legs and all this kind of stuff.
Terrible.
So I've made, especially the older women in the audience who they said got the most angry at them, were screaming at them at remotes, and I said this is a direct attack on the fact they know I've never bowled because I can't physically do it. And that I always wanted to bowl as a kid, and I told some story about me watching people bowl with my braces on, all that. And I said, all I could do was maybe take a swing.
I'm still uncomfortable. You tell me
because you remember we talked about me trying to play kickball, and I do the swinging gait, and all that. And so anyway, so we built it up as they're going over the line. This is all supposed to be radio fun. And now they've gone after Rick personally.
They're being hurtful.
And the physical problems he had when he was a child. And we turned it into that, and it built up into this big, huge thing, and everybody started hating him for it. So now, if I even knock down one pin, the place goes crazy. You know what I mean?
Right.
But what I did is...
Way to overcome it, Rick.
But back to the call from David. Once I told Wayne Bowling Ball about it, to no one's surprise, he said, "Oh, I'm very good at bowling."
Yeah, I'll take care of it.
And then we went to Jean the bowling machine. She ran. She was the traffic person. And then Bubba played, and we built up a pretty good little bowling team. And
Bubba had his own bowling ball.
And so we set it up.
Went out and bought one.
Not then.
We set it up to this big, thing at the bowl now, and it turned into a pretty good promotion.
It was like a radio version of Anchorman.
Yeah,
we all show up and look at each other.
But Wayne Ball, he was the legendary salesperson who was on air too. Stuff he was always just seemed when you were young like us, you looked to Wayne Ball and thought that guy's got it going on.
Yeah,
I mean he can do it all.
Wayne never got you know, he never got his feathers ruffled. He
No.
always,
You think
he was always under control.
You think Wayne's going to make his number this month? Absolutely.
Yeah. And in a scramble format, he always hits last.
Oh, he hits last in a scramble every time.
Come through for us, Wayne.
Clean
we need
up.
you here.
He's a cleanup batter.
That's right. All right. Has Wayne shot yet? No, he's last.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take his
we need a
ball. Move
hero.
forward. We'll take his ball. Move forward.
Let's play Wayne's.
Just let Wayne go first and save the time.
So we'll come back. We got a Fauci. I hate to keep doing these Fauci updates.
And Rick, we have a high-profile death that we're going to have to mention.
Is somebody else going to mention it?
Well, if y'all don't, I will.
Okay. Oh, 15 minutes to the top of the hour. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top. Rick and Bubba. We're back. 866 We Be Big. All right, Bubba, I don't know this high-profile death. Do you want to share it before we hear from Fauci? Well, the high priest of health?
Speedy, do you want to go ahead and say it?
Speedy, you say it. I don't know.
Apollo 11 astronaut Michael Collins has passed away at the age of 90.
Yeah, the command module pilot. He's the one that stayed in the command module when the other two astronauts went down to the moon. And, Rick, you're talking about the loneliest man in history. When he went around the back side of the moon, and he was the only one up there, and he took the famous picture of the Earth that it had everyone that had ever lived on the Earth in that picture except for those three guys.
What about this? Did it seem to be flat when they saw the picture?
No, it was round.
It was pretty flat.
He was in orbit around a round moon.
Hey, shut up.
So he was, get this, Rick, he was 90 years old. Neil Armstrong died at 82, but it was because of an error in a heart procedure he had. Buzz Aldrin is still 91 and going strong. So
still having a great time.
If you think that the astronauts traveling in space got radiation or suffered long-term health issues, that would be a nay.
No, it would not. You're right.
You're
82
right.
with the
Good.
botched deal, and then 90 and 91 and still going.
Yep.
You think Buzz Aldrin could beat Wayne Ball in golf?
Ooh, Buzz Aldrin would probably try or throw his walker at you. Remember,
he could out-rap him.
Yep.
Oh my God!
Oh, I love that. That was a good one.
That bother you a little bit?
We still play that sometimes.
Yeah. I always thought this guy's name was Doug Collins for some reason.
You did. No, Doug Collins is basketball.
That's right. I get them. Well, I get them confused. Well, same Collins. Yeah, you won't believe me many times I said, man, I tell you what, can you imagine me and Doug Collins up there by yourself and everybody just look at me like I'm an idiot?
So what's Doug Collins?
Rick, do you think
Madison Square Garden?
You know, I know these astronauts were professional. Most of them were test pilots at one point, and they had their assignments that they did, and they did it well. But do you think if you're in that first crew going to the moon and they say, by the way, we need you to stay in orbit and take care of the ship till they get back?
You know, the first thing I would say,
no.
You can't have nothing.
But don't you feel
you can't even walk on the moon.
But you feel like, hey, I'm in the ship. If they can't get back, at least I can get back.
Yeah. Well, he
they
was
get stuck on the moon.
There you are.
Yeah, he was in a position he could have come back, but
That's lonely
what
in here
if
at the
that had been a tough decision if they couldn't get back and he had to hit the button to go back and leave them
Well,
behind?
you know what you do. You know what you do, Greg. I got to get back and help others.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got.
But he was the command module pilot, and then they had one that was the lunar module pilot, and then the commander.
So he graduated from West Point, and he joined the Air Force to become a fighter pilot. What is this? Experimental test pilot.
Yeah, that was those
Air
guys.
Force
You just throw them in
test.
anything.
Well, that was where they.
Let's
you
see
know,
if
most
this
of them
will fly.
were
Get
test
in it.
pilot.
Yeah.
Yeah, or how good does it fly? How fast can you make it go? Where do you lose control at?
Exactly.
He's fearless.
Those guys were. That's a tough job.
What was the guy's name that was the most experimental pilot everybody didn't love?
Chuck Yeager.
Chuck Yeager. I knew Greg was going to say that. Don't ever have anything negative to say about Chuck Yeager around Greg.
Yeah.
Do you remember?
Especially that plane right up to the atmosphere.
You've seen those movies where the test pilots and astronauts kind of got, they were a little chippy with each other.
Oh yeah. So speaking of, one day, this is, I know that going to the moon is not near as big as being the high priest of health.
Right.
Fauci.
It's like bad medicine.
Fauci again seems to be illogical, and I don't. Is he now just trying to infuriate us? I mean, I don't know. It's like this. Is he having fun with all this now? People are asking questions of the Fauci that are really pretty common sense, and Fauci just seems to be contradicting himself. No. This was involving this ongoing weirdness with children and masks and outside and. So this question is asked on what?
The Today Show.
The Today Show. So here's Fauci.
When are kids going to be able to take off those masks and play outside at the playground?
You know, that's going to be the same thing that I mentioned a moment ago. It's going to be a situation, well, first of all, kids will ultimately wind up getting vaccinated, but you want to have some activity in that direction before they do. High school kids will likely get vaccinated as we get into the fall term, and children of any age will likely be vaccinated by the time we get to the end of the year. But let's not talk about the end of the year. Let's talk about the immediate or intermediate future. When children are out in the community, when you have 30, 40, 50,000 new infections per day, they are unvaccinated now because children can't get vaccinated now. And for that reason, they are more at risk of getting infected because they are out in the community where there is a lot of infection. When the community level starts to go way down, the risks to everybody, including the children, is going to be dramatically diminished.
What?
But there's been no science, none, that has shown that little children, are at risk at all. And outside, they still have to wear a mask.
And we're not talking about children with underlying causes that are currently sick.
Again, that goes back to
one, kids are the last group to be affected. Two, they're outside. There's no need for them to wear a mask.
Good night.
That's ridiculous.
How many cases do we even have of small children even getting it at all? And then passing it on to teachers, that's still at a zero, the passing it on to teachers. And then he's just talking about we're going to just vaccinate these kids. So why? I mean, for what reason? It just is. I mean, I know I'm going to be canceled like Joe Rogan by suggesting that, but it's it just seems weird. There's no reason for little children to be playing outdoors in masks. It's lunacy.
You know how you got to pick up on stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see how he kind of threw that out, the timeline of what to expect?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, high schoolers, it's going to be kind of the fall or whatever. That's a sign that's coming. Are they going to say if you go to high school or whatever, you have to be vaccinated to return?
Well,
stuff like that.
Some colleges are already doing that.
I know
Harvard
colleges
and
are.
Yale, and you're going to see that trickle down. I have no doubt.
No doubt about that.
Well, then we got a decision to make at our house.
Well, it's going to be just like now. I mean, when your kid, unless you can find some sort of exemption, you have to have that blue card, green card, all these different cards.
Yeah.
I know it's not the green one; it's the blue one. Isn't it blue card or whatever?
I don't know.
So they're going to tell you they're going to when you say, well, I don't know about that, you have to say, well, wait a minute, we've been doing that forever. This is just another vaccine we're throwing in there.
Yeah. Oh, you want to play high school football? Okay, you can be on the football team, but you got to get a vaccine.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what they're going to say?
Mm-hmm. Probably. I mean, we'll probably get there, no doubt.
Yeah, it's just a different version of the vaccine passport.
Mm-hmm.
But we've had that for other things. But I just don't think that this thing, especially with kids, reaches that level where we need to make it mandatory.
No, I don't. We're not seeing an overwhelming. Oh my goodness! Look what's happening to the kids, and we ought to be thankful for that.
Yeah.
But it's so that just seems odd. The playing outside with a mask on, I can't even wrap my mind around that. I mean that.
Well, I've heard his commentary on the whole kids thing. It's not really to protect them because they're going to be okay. It's to protect their loved ones that they'll infect because they don't even know they have it, and then they'll give it to somebody who gives it to somebody who and then somebody catches it that don't need to get it.
The only flaw in that is we still haven't had a little kid give it to anybody. I mean, there haven't been a teacher that's been affected by a kid yet.
I don't know.
So I mean, where's all that data?
I don't know. Really.
The kids are big carriers of it. I'm talking about young kids.
I don't know.
It doesn't exist. So it's everybody say it, everybody up. And boy, I tell you, it's going to get to the point where you just remember how they've been pointing at your head, taking your temperature.
Rick. End the show that way.
Yep. So basically, there's people that say Michael Collins' picture of the Earth is just it's not really a picture.
Yeah.
I hate to say that on the day they died.
Why not?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick